Chapter 8:15. Lu Ping's divine will was very sensitive. After discovering the two unfamiliar auras behind him, Lu Ping immediately sensed that neither of the two auras was weaker than the fourth elder of the Tenma people in front of him. It was no wonder that he had been kicked away by the Pegasus Dharma power just now. At that time, he had no means of defending himself, but Mali Laozu did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him. It turned out that he was afraid of hurting the innocent. However, Lu Ping's sudden standing up after being kicked was still beyond the expectations of Elder Mali and the two unfamiliar auras behind him. Not only did Mali Laozu look at him in disbelief, even Lu Ping behind him felt two scorching gazes staring at his back. Could this be the feeling of having a dagger on one's back? Lu Ping hurriedly suppressed the restless Thunder Seven Treasures gourd and the Linglong wine tripod. The situation was unclear now. If he revealed the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd and the wine tripod, he was afraid that the first person to die would be him. Lu Ping turned slightly and saw that Sang Yu had finished bowing and was looking at him calmly when she raised her body. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the people who had come were definitely practitioners of the Spirit Beast sect. It must be the reinforcements that Wanglin had called. This time, he had escaped a disaster. Thinking of the mid-Dharma laws Laozu's methods just now, Lu Ping still shuddered. This level of difference in cultivation was definitely not something that could be made up for by some talismans or talismans. Lu Ping turned to the other side and heard Xie Tianyang introduced to Lu Ping with a smile. "Brother Lu, this is Uncle Shui Sanyi of our sect. Uncle, this is Brother Lu Xianping from the North Sea. This time, thanks to Brother Lu's help, I'm afraid that I would have been chased into the Mara group by this elder of the Tenma people and died." Shui Sanyi Laozu was a tall and fat old man. It was obvious that he was also a mid-Dharma adept. Lu Ping hurriedly went forward to greet him, but heard Shui Sanyi Laozu say with a smile, "As soon as I entered the Western Wilderness, I heard that the North Sea practitioner Lu Xianping had displayed his prowess at the source of the river. He fought with Ma Chenxi, Xie Tianyang, and Li Tong and was not at a disadvantage. Since then, there has been another rising star in the world of practitioners. I originally thought that it was just a rumor, but seeing it today, I didn't expect it to be even better than the rumors." Lu Ping did not expect that this Shui Sanyi Laozu would give him such a high evaluation right off the bat. His face immediately turned slightly red, and he cupped his hands in salute, saying that he did not dare to do so. However, this Shui Sanyi Laozu seemed to want to continue and continued. Ever since the fall of the North Sea practitioners, the connection between the practitioners of the Central Plains and the practitioners of the North Sea has become weaker and weaker. These years, there have been very few news of North Sea practitioners traveling in the Central Plains, and the Central Plains does not know much about North Sea. However, 500 years ago, there were two North Sea practitioners who made a name for themselves in the Central Plains. These two people were called Daosheng, and the other was called Xuanxiang. Xuanxiang was born in Jinling. Do you know him? Xuanxiang was naturally Tianxiang Laozu. 500 years ago, Tianxiang Laozu had not yet reached the Dharma stage. However, Lu Ping did not expect that Tianxiang Laozu and Xianling sect's Daosheng Laozu had also made a name for themselves in the Central Plains, and that there were still people who remembered them. However, thinking that this Shui Sanyi Laozu was of the same generation as Tianxiang Laozu, it was only natural that he remembered the two of them. "Senior Uncle Tianxiang has given me a lot of guidance, so of course I know him." That's right. Although Xuanxiang was not as good as Daosheng back then, he was also a first-class figure. It is reasonable for him to advance to the Dharma stage. However, the names of the cultivators in Jinling are too complicated. Those in the core forging stage are called Xian, and those in the Dharma stage are called Tian. Lu Ping laughed bitterly, but did not say anything. These rules passed down by their ancestors were not something that Lu Ping could interfere with. However, this Shui Sanyi Laozu knew so many things about Jinling, so it was not as he said he did not know much. Thinking of this, Lu Ping was shocked. The Purple Sun Palace was a huge sect, a holy land with tens of thousands of years of inheritance. Their relationship in the cultivation world could be said to be intertwined. How could the slightest movement in the cultivation world be hidden from them? Although the North Sea was isolated from the central region, when had the central region's sight been cut off from the cultivation world of the North Sea? Such a famous holy land had the whole world in their sights. The world was like a chessboard, and they were the players. How could they sit back and watch a place drift out of their sight? Moreover, although the North Sea was directly cut off from the central region, there were still many North Sea cultivators who would travel to the central region through the East Sea to feel the true aura of the holy land of cultivation. How could the news of the North Sea be cut off from the central region? Shuesanyi Laozu said, rarely heard of, was only because there were very few people like Tian Xiang and Daosheng Laozu among the North Sea cultivators who could be famous in the central region. Shuesanyi Laozu saw Lu Ping's bitter smile and did not take it to heart. He asked again, I heard that Daosheng had become a great cultivator more than 100 years ago. Has Tian Xiang survived the Second Thunder Tribulation? Although the two of them traveled together in the central region, they were competing with each other. Daosheng has always surpassed Tian Xiang. I don't know if the two of them are still competing with each other. It wasn't easy for Lu Ping to hear so many anecdotes about his sex seniors from this grand ancestor, but he still answered respectfully, Senior Marshal Granduncle Tian Xiang has already overcome the Second Lightning Tribulation a few decades ago and has become a great cultivator. Lu Ping's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Shuesanyi Laozu's head. Shuesanyi Laozu, who was originally in high spirits, was stunned when he heard this. After a moment he said with a sigh, I didn't expect Tian Xiang to also advance to the late Dharma stage. But the old man is still lingering in the middle Dharma stage. The old man is not as good as him. Lu Ping could hear the unwillingness in Shuesanyi Laozu's words. It seemed that this Shuesanyi Laozu's relationship with Tian Xiang back then was not ordinary. However, he did not know what to say at the moment. At this time, he heard the old man on the other side suddenly ask, You are Jinling's disciple? Who is your master? Lu Ping looked at Sangyu with a questioning look. Sangyu, who was beside him, said, This is our sect's elder Wu Tianxing. He is my uncle master. Sangyu paused for a moment before continuing. He is also Sister Wu Yinglan's grandfather. Lu Ping did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly bowed in greeting and nodded. This disciple is indeed Jinling's disciple. My master is our sect's leader, Lu Tianling Laozu. It was no longer a secret that Lu Ping came from the North Sea. In front of Wu Tianxing Laozu, there was no need to hide it. However, the matter of Yingshan Immortal Courtyard could not be exposed. He did not know if Sangyu had already revealed it to this Wu Tianxing Laozu. However, from the way Lu Ping saw it, Sangyu would not do so. Lu Tianling? Wu Tianxing Laozu muttered to himself. It seemed like he had never heard of this name before. He looked at Lu Ping and asked, Do you know Dao Friend Jinling's disciple Tian Shui? Lu Ping revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect that the two Laozu he met today would be acquainted with the seniors of his sect. However, Lu Ping immediately recalled that Tian Shui Laozu had once bestowed a clear spirit pill to him. He had already given it to the amethyst wasp Queen Zilan. At that time, Zilan had mentioned that the clear spirit pill was given to Tian Shui Laozu by a good friend from the spirit beast sect when she was roaming the central plains. Could it be this Wu Tianxing Laozu? Lu Ping's mind raced as he hurriedly replied, Tian Shui Laozu is my martial granduncle. My martial granduncle passed away early, so my master was taken care of by martial granduncle Tian Shui. He was very close to martial granduncle Tian Shui. Wu Tianxing Laozu nodded and did not say anything else. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. At the side, the Tenma people, Mali Laozu, saw that Wu Tianxing and Shuesanyi Laozu had started reminiscing about the past. A mid-Dharma adept had been ignored by the two of them, so he was naturally furious. He had originally wanted to kill the three of them, but now that Dharma adepts from the Spirit Beast sect and the Xiang Palace had arrived, Xie Tianyang and Sangyu naturally could not be touched. Hence, he turned his attention to Lu Ping. At the very least, he wanted to take the two flood dragon bloodstones with him. My two friends, since these two juniors are your juniors, the old man will not make things difficult for them. However, this Lu brat not only stole something from our tribe, but he is also suspected of killing the beloved son of our tribe leader. The old man wants to take this person away, so I hope the two of you will allow me to do so." Ancestor Ma Li's old face was already flushed red. He had already lost all his face today. His current excuse was only hoping to leave some benefits, so that he wouldn't lose all his face in the end. Haha, the Tenma people are becoming more and more magnanimous. I wonder how my disciple from the Xiang Palace has offended you to make you spend so much effort to teach him a lesson? Although the Tenma people were also a powerful force in the world of practitioners, Xue Sanyi Laozu did not have the slightest scruple. He directly opened his mouth and mocked. "Who is the Xiang Palace afraid of?" Ma Li Laozu laughed dryly and said, "It's a misunderstanding. Our tribe leader's beloved son was killed, and your disciple was present at the time. The old man merely wanted to invite your disciple to the tribe to assist in the investigation. I believe that your disciple must have misunderstood something. Otherwise, if the old man had really made a move, you wouldn't think that I would lose hundreds of years of reputation just to not be able to capture your disciple, would you?" Ma Li Laozu's first two sentences were polite, but his last sentence was full of vigor. Ma Li Laozu was indeed going easy on Xie Tianyang, but the reason was not what he said. He was afraid of the Xiang Palace's might, and wanted to use someone else to do the dirty work. With that, Ma Li Laozu looked at Wu Tianxing Laozu again and said, "As for your disciple, it was a complete accident. When the old man was chasing after the two, he did not want your disciple to be familiar with them, so he went to help." "The disciple of an old friend?" Wu Tianxing Laozu interrupted Ma Li Laozu and said, "This time, I hope that Elder Ma will give me some face. How about we let today's matter go? Also, this person saved my disciple's life. He should not be captured by you today." Wu Tianxing Laozu turned to look at Xue Sanyi Laozu on the other side and said, "What does fellow Xue think?" Xue Sanyi Laozu smiled and said, "Indeed." Lu Ping was shocked. Although he did not know why the two Laozu would be so protective, this was clearly not the time to ask for the reason. He could only wait and see, but his mind was full of thoughts. This feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was really hard for Lu Ping to accept. Although Ma Li Laozu had sensed that today's matter would not go as he wished when the two Laozu from the Spirit Beast sect and the Xiang Palace rushed over, Elder Ma Li's face was still gloomy. Today's matter would definitely spread throughout the cultivation world. 3 core forging adepts had survived the pursuit of the 4th elder of the Tenma people. A dignified mid-dharma adept had become a stepping stone for the 3 of them to become famous in Central Plains. Chapter 8:16. Ma Li Laozu retreated in the end when he saw that the situation was hopeless. Xie Tianyang and Lu Ping exchanged a few words, then left with Xue Sanyi and Laozu. Lu Ping was about to bid farewell to Sang Yu when Wu Tianxing Laozu, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Kid, I heard that you know alchemy?" Lu Ping did not know what his goal was, so he nodded. "I've learned some alchemy before, so I can just about refine some pills." Sang Yu, who was beside him, smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you are too humble. The spiritual water meridian fostering pill is not something that ordinary alchemists can concoct. Furthermore, the art of water refinement is an alchemy technique that very few people in the cultivation world can master." Lu Ping only smiled. "Brother Sang, you flatter me." Wu Tianxing Laozu waved his hand. "All right, kid, come with the old man. The old man has a pill for you to refine." Lu Ping was taken aback. It was not that Lu Ping disliked the tone, but that the Spirit Tamer sect was one of the world's great sections. How could they not have a Grandmaster Alchemist in their sect? What pill would they need him for? Wu Tianxing Laozu rose into the air, and Lu Ping followed behind. At the same time, he winked at Sang Yu to ask, but Sang Yu gave him an expression that said he did not know either. The 4 of them had long since left Qingqiu Mountain after their battle, but the rumbling of spells coming from Qingqiu Mountain was still clear. Now the battle had died down, but the mountain in the distance was still shrouded in gray mist. It was clear that Qingqiu Mountain had not been breached by Mara. It must have been because of Sang Yu's talisman. What happened in the West Wilderness had already spread all over the world. Firstly, the outstanding cultivators of the core forging stage of the Flood Dragon bloodline of the human and demon clans in the cultivation world gathered at the source of the river. The most outstanding third-generation disciple of the Tenma people, Ma Chenxi, was killed, and the cultivator of the North Sea Jinling, Lu Xianping, became famous after the battle. After that, the calamity of Mara suddenly befell the western wasteland, and the lair of the suspended-eyed white-fronted tiger clan was breached. Even if a few of them managed to escape with their lives, the suspended-eyed white-fronted tiger clan would most likely fall from grace forever. Once the river source was opened, many core forging cultivators who returned from the river source were massacred by Mara on a large scale on the vast grassland of the West Wasteland. The other large demon clans in the Western Wasteland were also in danger. The three royal clans of the Pegasus, the Golden Rock, and the Koi all guarded their lair. On the other hand, the Western Wasteland Temple was not affected because it was close to Central Plains, and there were several large demon clans in the way. During this period, the most sensational event in the cultivation world was the fourth elder of the Tenma people's pursuit of the last of the six divine swords of the Ziyang Palace, the Shaozi sword Xie Tianyang. This mid-Dharma adept of the Tenma people chased after Xie Tianyang in the western wasteland for several days without being able to harm him. What was even stranger was the battle that broke out in Qingqiu Mountain. The North Sea cultivator Lu Xianping, the Empyrean walker of the spirit beast taming sect, wise man Sang Yu, and Xie Tianyang of the Ziyang Palace joined forces to fight the fourth elder of the Tenma people for a long time. It was only when the Dharma adepts of the Ziyang Palace and the spirit beast taming sect came to their aid that they had no choice but to retreat. When the news spread, it shook the entire cultivation world of Central Plains. 3 late core forging adepts could actually fight a mid-Dharma adept together. This was complete nonsense. Even if the 3 of them were the best of their generation and were invincible among the adepts of the same level. Who was this Mali Laozu? He was the 4th elder of the Tenma people. The Tenma people were most likely to become the 5th Dharma adept. Shouldn't he be able to take care of a few late core forging adepts with just a wave of his hand? The fact that the 3 of them managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived was a huge joke. Those who heard the news often laughed it off, thinking that it was as ridiculous as the previous rumor that this Mali Laozu had chased after Xie Tianyang in western wilderness for several days without any results. Even if the story was true, it was likely that the elder of the Tenma people had purposely gone easy on Xie Tianyang. The spirit beast taming sect had always been mysterious and unpredictable. It was difficult for ordinary people to get close to them. Even if the crowd wanted to find out more information, there was no way to do so. Xie Tianyang announced that he would go into seclusion after returning to the Ziyang Palace, and Shui Sanyi Laozu was not someone an ordinary adept could ask about. The Ziyang Palace's glorious heavenly might also made people stay away from them. Xie Tianyang was already a 9th-level core forging adept. Even without the trip to the river source, he would have been able to condense a high-grade heaven-level spirit fire and achieve a 9th-level golden elixir. However, the trip to the river source had strengthened his foundation even further. His escape from the western wilderness, coupled with the experience of battling mid-Dharma adepts, had given Xie Tianyang a lot of benefits. All of these had pushed his level of practice to the point where he was only one step away from the Dharma stage. As such, if they wanted to find out more information, they could only look for the North Sea Jinling adept, Lu Xianping, who had suddenly appeared. However, after that, Lu Xianping seemed to have disappeared from the world of practice. No matter how many people went to Western Wilderness to look for him, there was still no news of him. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. On the Yulon River, a small boat was sailing eastward. Lu Ping stood at the end of the bridge, admiring the scenery on both sides of the river. Even though there was a huge waterfall, strong winds and heavy rain, the small boat continued to move slowly along the Yulon River. In the cabin of the small boat behind Lu Ping, Debao, who had already recovered his core forging training, was now back in his human form. He was competing with a few Yulon River koi carps, which had been made into delicious delicacies using various methods. In another corner of the cabin, a fierce tiger with white eyes was lying in the corner, staring at Debeo, who was gorging himself. The koi carps that Debeo was eating were a type of carp unique to the Yulon River, not the koi clan of Yao cultivators. However, there were rumors that the koi carps of the Yulon River had some sort of connection with the koi clan. Unlike the koi clan, however, the koi carps of the Yulon River were unable to awaken their spiritual intelligence and practice cultivation. Instead, because the koi carps of the Yulon River were juicy and delicious, they became a world-famous dish. During the past year, Lu Ping had been invited by Wu Tianxing Laozu of the Spirit Beast sect to concoct pills. The location of the pill concoction was in the western wilderness, not far from the upper reaches of the Yulon River. Having recovered his cultivation, Debeo was extremely bored, so he set his mind on fishing by the river and began to study the various methods of cooking the koi carps of the Yulon River to satisfy his appetite. Therefore, during the past year, although Debeo's cultivation hadn't increased by much, his weight had increased by at least 20 kilograms. His entire body seemed to have grown fatter and fatter, but his round head remained the same. His pair of slightly protruding front teeth looked sharper and sharper. Debeo ate 3 koi carps in a row, each weighing about 1.5 kilograms. Patting his somewhat bloated belly, he turned to look at the tiger in the corner and pointed at the remaining 2 koi carps, saying, "Little Hai, these are yours." A cheerful roar that startled the fishes and shrimps near the boat was emitted from the mouth of the fierce tiger in the corner. A shadow flashed across the cabin, and a cooked koi in the basin was swallowed by the fierce tiger in one gulp. The tiger even ate the meat and the thorns merrily. Debeo picked his teeth and said in a bored manner, slow down. It's not like anyone is trying to steal it. Tell me, what kind of taste can you get from eating like this? You're like a cow chewing on peonies." The tiger rolled its eyes at Debeo, then turned its mouth and ate half of the other koi carp. Although Lu Ping was enjoying the scenery above the river, everything in the cabin naturally couldn't escape his divine sense. This tiger was the drooping eyes white-fronted tiger cub that Lu Ping bought from the Spirit Beast shop in the small town. At the same time, it was the little sand fox Tu Chun that Lu Ping bought. When Lu Ping was refining pills for Wu Tianxing Laozu, Sang Yu discovered it and asked Lu Ping to return it to Qingqiu Hill. Lu Ping thought of Sang Yu's relationship with the Qingqiu Hill foxes that day, and he originally wanted to release Tu Chun, so he asked Sang Yu to bring it back to Qingqiu Hill. The tiger cub was called Hu Xiaohai, but after Debeo's coercion and temptation, it had already given up the surname of the Drooping Eyes White-Fronted clan and changed its name to Lu Xiaohai. However, this name change caused a storm. After Lu Hai heard about it, he naturally would not give up this opportunity to make fun of it. Lu Xiaohai was born in the Drooping Eyes White-Fronted clan and was born with a proud character. How could he stand this? At that time he fought with Lu Hai. Lu Hai was born in the Green Sea Snakes, and his noble bloodline was no less than that of Lu Xiaohai. He was already a master of the late stage of forging core. How could he put up with a tiger demon that had not yet transformed in his eyes? He casually played with it a few times and made Lu Xiaohai run around in circles. In the end, it was Debeo who could not stand it anymore and protected Lu Xiaohai. Perhaps because both of them had the bloodline of Taoist who, from then on, besides Lu Ping, Lu Xiaohai was only close to Debeo. In just over a year, with a large number of high-quality medicinal pellets and guidance from Lu Ping, the Drooping Eyes White-Fronted tiger cub, that was originally in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, had advanced to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Under the temptation of Debeo's various delicacies, its originally emaciated appearance with messy fur gradually grew plump and strong, and its glossy fur was like brocade. Debeo came out of the cabin and looked at Lu Ping with a smile. "Boss, after leaving the upper reaches of the Yulon River, you have been watching the scenery from the bow of the ship. What is there to see after more than 10 days? Why don't I catch a few koi carps for you to taste? We are about to reach the boundary of the Hebei cultivation world. It will not be easy to eat such delicacies in the future." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Although the Hebei cultivation world is already in the lower reaches of the Yulon River, It is not where the estuary of the Yulon River is located. Debeo was stunned. Suddenly he thought of something and said, "Boss, are you going to the Plains Cultivation World to participate in the Pure Yang Dharma Idol Conference of the Tianxian sect?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "Tianxian sect's 7th fan Laozu has passed his 3rd lightning tribulation and achieved the Pure Yang Dharma Idol. He is only one step away from becoming a celestial being. In the Central Plains Cultivation World, this can be considered a grand event that only happens once every 500 years. This time, the Pure Yang Dharma Idol Conference will definitely be attended by many heroes. Even the 5 Holy Lands will send envoys to congratulate them. I believe that Marshal Uncle Liang Tianfeng will also send disciples from the Immortal Academy. We can go there to take a look and meet up with the disciples from the Immortal Academy." Chapter 8:17. Sitting cross-legged on the little boat, facing the cool night breeze and listening to the rushing waves of the Yulon River, Lu Ping held a purple jade scroll in his hand and carefully read its contents. The soul water nourishing pill was of the same lineage as the soul water nourishing pill, but the latter was a healing medicine, while the former was a genuine body-strengthening pill. It was a true Dharma stage pill, and it could not be made without the soul water nourishing pill technique. This was the pill Lu Ping had been asked to make by Wu Tianxing Laozu. Wu Tianxing Laozu had long reached the peak of the mid-Dharma stage, and the second thunder trial was imminent. However, Wu Tianxing Laozu's body had been heavily injured many times in the past. Although he had the full support of the spirit beast taming sect, his physical body had always been a fatal factor in Wu Tianxing Laozu's progress. Although he had survived the first thunder trial thanks to the spirit beast taming sect's 10,000 years of accumulation, Wu Tianxing Laozu knew that if he could not improve his physical body, then no matter how strong his training was, he would be destroyed when the second thunder trial came. The body refining elixir was precious, but the spiritual medicine that could improve one's physical strength was even more precious. The beast taming sect had thousands of years of accumulation, so there was no shortage of elixir formulas that could improve one's physical strength. They also had spiritual medicine that could improve one's physical strength. However, Wu Tianxing's physical body could no longer withstand the improvement of any body-refining elixir. It was almost impossible to not destroy Patriarch Wu Tianxing's extremely weak body, and at the same time, increase its strength at the same time. Patriarch Wu Tianxing had searched for over 100 years before finally obtaining an ancient pill formula from an old friend. It was the spiritual water body nurturing pill. This medicinal pill could increase the strength of a cultivator's fleshly body, while preventing the impact of the medicinal power from spreading out from the fleshly body. However, to make this pill, one needed a technique that was almost lost in the alchemy world: the soul water nourishing pill technique. This kind of alchemy technique was very different from the traditional alchemy techniques. Instead of fire, they used water. To most alchemists, this was a fantasy, although a few high-level alchemists knew that this alchemy technique was not absurd. Under the pleading of Elder Wu Tianxing, a Dharma adept, there were a few alchemy grandmasters who tried to refine it. After all, the Central Plains cultivation world was the holy land of the cultivation world, and the technique of nurturing the elixir with spiritual water was really figured out. Of course, these grandmasters and masters might be able to refine low-level spirit water pills with their exquisite alchemy skills, but if they wanted to refine core forging pills, they would be helpless, let alone Dharma stage pills. Just as Wu Tianxing Laozu was about to lose all hope, he suddenly received news from Sangyu about the soul water nourishing pill. Wu Tianxing Laozu naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Although it was not easy to make the soul water nourishing pill, Lu Ping only failed twice before successfully making it. Wu Tianxing Laozu felt as if he had obtained a treasure. He immediately left the West Wilderness and went into seclusion, waiting for the second lightning trial to come. Although Lu Ping did not get the main ingredient for the soul water nourishing pill from Wu Tianxing Laozu, he did get many other ingredients. Of course, what made Lu Ping even happier was the 6 soul cleansing pills he got from Wu Tianxing Laozu. 3 of these 6 soul cleansing pills were gifts from Wu Tianxing Laozu. The other 3 were exchanged from Wu Tianqing Laozu, with his own minor forging spiritual pill. Unfortunately, the soul-cleansing pill was a secret of the Spirit Beast sect. It was one of the foundations of the Spirit Beast sect's cultivation of spiritual beasts. Lu Ping wanted to exchange the minor forging spiritual pill recipe from Wu Tianqing Laozu, but he was rejected. Previously, Lu Ping had obtained one from Tian Shui Laozu. However, that one was specifically given to the Amethyst Bee King by Tian Shui Laozu. After that, Lu Ping obtained 3 more from Sang Yu. However, Lu Ping had many spiritual beasts under him. It was not good for him to favor one over the other, so he did not give any to anyone. This time, with the addition of the 6 soul-cleansing pills, Lu Ping could distribute them wantonly. Samling de Bao Lu Qiner Dagui Lu Taohua and Lu Xiaohai. In the blink of an eye, there was only one soul water nourishing pill left. It did not take long for Lu Ping to refine the spiritual water nourishing pill for Wu Tianqing Laozu. In the remaining half of the year, Lu Ping found a secluded place and used the 2 to 3 mini spiritual veins condensed in Linglong's wine cauldron to recover from the internal injuries caused by consuming the Yuan explosion pill. Lu Ping had gained a lot from his trip to the river source. Whether it was raising his cultivation to the 9th layer of the core forging realm, further purifying his bloodline in the spiritual gathering ground of the sacred lake, or condensing numerous talismans from the Dan Xia purple mist in his core space, or the spoils of war from killing a few cultivators of the same level as him. Any one of them could be considered as a great harvest. However, what really caught Lu Ping's attention was the 3-foot-long horn in his hand. In the past, Jiao Doran's bloodline could be found all over the world. However, only the green sea snake, the primordial giant crocodile, and the Pegasus could be considered as unique. The biggest difference between these 3 clans and the other clans with the Jiao dragon bloodline was that these 3 clans could condense a horn on their heads. Of course, among these 3 clans, other than the Tenma people, who were born with a horn, not everyone in the other 2 clans could condense a horn. Furthermore, they could only condense a horn after reaching the Dharma stage. However, Dharma adepts who could condense a horn were usually stronger than those who could not. However, which of the 3 clans could condense a horn on their heads to a length of 3 feet? When Lu Ping was refining the spiritual water nourishing pill for Wu Tianqing Laozu, he had secretly asked about the situation of the Tenma people condensing a horn. As a high-level cultivator of the Spirit Beast sect, Wu Tianqing Laozu obviously had a good understanding of this. He had told Lu Ping about this situation. In the history of the Tenma people, there had been 2 Laozu who had become a celestial being. The longest horn condensed by these 2 Laozu, after becoming a celestial being, was only a foot long. From this, it could be inferred that the horns condensed by the green sea snake and the primordial giant crocodile were not much stronger than the Pegasus horns. In this case, what kind of celestial being did this 3-foot-long horn come from? Could it really be something left behind by Jiao Daoran in the sacred lake? Could the legend about the sacred lake really be true? When he thought that the horn in his hand might be something left behind by Jiao Daoran, the first thing that came to Lu Ping's mind was not joy, but horror and disbelief. It had been at least 30,000 years since the 7th patriarch had preached to the world, and the magic of the sacred lake had been discovered by the cultivation world for close to 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, the river source had been opened at least 20 times, and the people who had entered each time were the outstanding core forging cultivators of the cultivation world. Why did they not discover this horn? And why did he have to be the one to obtain it? Although Lu Ping was confident in his own strength, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could surpass the countless outstanding core forging cultivators of the past 10,000 years. Could it be that no one had discovered this spiritual gathering place in the deepest part of the sacred lake in the past 10,000 years? Lu Ping could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. In any case, the horn was already in his hands, and this matter was extremely secretive. No one knew about it except for himself, Ling Long, and the wine tripod. It was just that if such a treasure could not be refined into a magic weapon that could shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries, it would really be casting pearls before swine. It should be known that the Tenma people's 2 1-foot-long horns, which were condensed by Laozu, who had become a celestial being, were once refined into 2 pure yang magic weapons by the 2 Laozu. Of these 2 pure yang magic weapons, one had been taken away by a celestial being, Laozu, while the other had been enshrined in the ancestral hall of the Tenma people for generations. It had become a treasure to stabilize the fate of the Tenma people, and it was also a treasure that had been passed down for generations by the Tenma people. Lu Ping had a feeling that the quality of the horn in his hands was probably even higher than a 9,000-year-old 9th-grade white jade lotus. If he wanted to refine it into a magic weapon, it would probably not be easy, and once he succeeded, he did not know how powerful it would be. The skiff leisurely traveled down, passing through the cultivation world of Hebei and Hunan. In just a few days, it entered the cultivation world of the plains. Here, the Yulon River widened, the water flow slowed, and the entire river surface was calm. The Tianxian sect was located on a peninsula at the mouth of the Yulon River. After the 7 Fan Laozu had become a pure yang, he held a banquet for all the guests from all over the world. After entering the source of the river, Lu Ping often saw streaks of light streaking across the sky above the Yulon River, heading downstream. It must be the cultivators who were participating in the 7 Fan Laozu's Pure Yang Dharma assembly. One day, as Debeo was sleeping soundly in the cabin of the boat, a loud and long cry suddenly rang out, startling Debeo so much that he jumped up. He saw that Lu Xiaohai, who was next to him, no longer had a trace of the demeanor of the king of 10,000 beasts. He was curled up in a corner of the cabin, like a startled tabby cat. Before Debeo could ask what had happened, the loud cry outside the boat became even more intense. An aura that looked down on the world rolled out in all directions. Within this aura, there was an indomitable sharpness that seemed invincible, as if no one in the world could stop it. As if his tail had been stepped on, Debeo immediately jumped into the corner where Lu Xiaohai was. He curled up with Lu Xiaohai and trembled. Then, he suddenly remembered something, and realized that this earth-shaking cry was the voice of Lu Ping. On the deck of the small boat, Lu Ping watched as the mighty Yulon River, which was tens of kilometers wide, rushed into the sea in one fell swoop. The raging torrent continued for tens of kilometers, before gradually merging into the sea. The small boat was already anchored in the middle of the estuary. Previously, Lu Ping had been standing here, admiring the magnificent view of the Yulon River. Previously, he had seen the source of the Yulon River with his own eyes. Afterwards, he had sailed down from upstream, and had seen the source of the Yulon River, the place where it flowed, the confluence of its tributaries, the size, the speed, and the length of the waves. In the end, he had seen the Yulon River flow into the sea. The beginning of the Yulon River was like the end of a person's life. The waves were magnificent, but in the end, they would live forever in the sea. Lu Ping seemed to have suddenly understood something. He simply anchored the small boat in the middle of the Yulon River's estuary, and stood on the deck, staring at the place where the river met the sea. After 5 whole days, Lu Ping finally awoke from his sudden enlightenment. His expression was joyful, and his divine will was clear. Lu Ping could feel that his own cultivation had once again improved, and he seemed to have mastered many of the barriers in his training. He couldn't help but let out a long roar, and his entire body's aura burst out. This caused Lu Ping and Debeo, who had been squatting in the cabin, to be half dead. Chapter 8:18. Debeo scrambled out of the cabin, his eyes completely round. He saw Lu Ping standing there on the deck, his hands clasped behind his back. With the little boat at the center, one white wave after another began to rise in every direction. The waves at the front pushed against the waves at the back, and by the time the furthest wave had risen, the wave had already reached a height of 3 feet, and was still rising. From afar, several kilometers away from the Yulon River, multiple streaks of light could be seen coming from different directions, but they all hovered far away in mid-air, as though afraid of disturbing Lu Ping. But as Debeo saw it, these people had been startled by Lu Ping's display of power, and didn't dare to come near him. After the huge waves surged out for 7 to 8 miles, a great amount of water vapor began to flow upward. Streams of water vapor turned into tiny streams in midair, and then converged into a heavenly river that looked like it was descending from the sky. From below, Debeo could clearly see that this 7 or 8 kilometer long river, which Lu Ping had created in midair, was the exact shape of the Yulon River from its source to its estuary. Right now, Lu Ping had just shrunk it down to a mere 7 or 8 kilometer long river. The water of the Yulon comes from the heavens, flowing east to the sea, never to return. Lu Ping raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Then, he saw a huge pearl emanating a 5-colored light rise up from the top of Lu Ping's head, while the Yulon River in the sky shrunk and shrunk. Debeo could clearly see the water turning back into water vapor. The water vapor intertwined with each other, forming runic patterns. In the end, these runic patterns actually connected with each other, forming a palm-sized runic pattern in the shape of the Yulon River. Right at this moment, yet another rune rose up from the top of Lu Ping's head. This rune was one which Lu Ping had gained insights into during his secluded meditation in the spirit-gathering area of Sacred Lake. It was the divine ability rune of the Great River Flows East technique, which he had formed near his Jindan. This rune flew to the newly formed rune in the shape of the Yulon River, then suddenly collapsed. And then countless streams of energy began to pour into the rune. The 5-colored pearl above Lu Ping's head began to glow with light. By the time Debeo looked carefully again, that strange rune of the Yulon River had disappeared from the skies. Instead, the 5-colored pearl had retracted its light, and within the pearl was a dense mist, with a rune in the shape of the Yulon River swirling around it. It was as though the Yulon River itself was flowing within it. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the pearl disappeared into Lu Ping's hand. Debeo suddenly sensed that the aura around Lu Ping had suddenly changed. He saw a black mist suddenly rise up from Lu Ping's body, then disappear into the surroundings. Lu Ping's entire body shook. The nearby Debeo was overjoyed. Previously, Lu Ping had told him that although Lu Ping had already forced out more than half of the pill poison from the Yuan Burst pill, there was still a portion of the extremely tough pill poison that had transformed into a black mist and remained hidden within his blood vessels. Lu Ping had originally thought that he would need another year or two to completely expel it. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping had used this sudden epiphany to completely expel the pill poison from his blood vessels. This had saved Lu Ping at least 2 years of time. Only now did Lu Ping raise his head, his face calm as he looked around. Then with a slight smile he modestly cupped his hands towards the people around him, then waved his hand behind him. Instantly, the entire boat shot towards the southern shores of the Yulon River, like an arrow released from a bow. When Debeo saw that the surrounding light had dissipated and Lu Ping's aura and coercion had been completely restrained, he came behind Lu Ping with a smile and said, "Congratulations on your great improvement in cultivation. Did you comprehend a new magical technique just now?" Lu Ping smiled slightly, glanced at the cabin and said, "How is it? Did you frighten the child?" Debeo grinned and said, "How could it be? It's time to let him know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. In this cultivation world, his clan is not the only one that dominates." Debeo had the posture of teaching a junior a lesson, but he had forgotten that his performance just now was not much better than the little tiger demon. Lu Ping knew that he had always been a glib talker, so he naturally wouldn't care about it. Knowing that Lu Xiaohai didn't have any accident because of his aura and coercion just now, he didn't speak anymore. On the shore, Lu Ping opened his mouth and blew. The boat in the water left the water and turned back into an ocean boat. Lu Ping put it away, and then he squatted down and sat down. Although Lu Xiaohai was a tiger cub, his 5-feet-long body and natural strength were enough to carry Lu Ping and run quickly. Lu Ping had Lu Qiner as his mount in the sky, and Lu Dagui as his mount in the sea. He only lacked a land mount. Originally, Debeo could also be his mount, but Debeo was used to being Lu Ping's butler, and he was raised by Lu Ping since childhood. Their relationship was not ordinary, so Lu Ping naturally didn't want to let Debeo be his mount. Moreover, Lu Ping really couldn't bring himself to let a fat mouse be his mount, so when Lu Ping saw Lu Xiaohai in West Huang Town, he decisively bought him. In addition to not wanting to let a tiger demon of the White Forehead clan be covered in dust, he also wanted to find a land mount for himself. Using a tiger demon as a mount was beautiful and dignified, but Lu Ping also had to first conceal Lu Xiaohai's identity as a member of the White Forehead clan. Although the White Forehead clan had been destroyed, they were after all a top-level demon clan with an extraordinary status. If their identity was exposed, it would inevitably cause all kinds of trouble. So, Lu Ping simply turned the Cloud Light 5 Elements robe into a saddle, which made it convenient for Lu Ping to ride, and also concealed the aura of the White Forehead clan. Unless he encountered a grand practitioner, otherwise, even a middle Dharma practitioner, with the help of Lu Ping's abnormal divine will and the Cloud Light 5 Elements robe, may not be able to see through Lu Xiaohai's identity. Lu Ping sat on Lu Xiaohai's back and ordered him to follow the coast all the way south, while his own divine will sank into the core space, carefully probing one of the 12 gentian pearls. According to the North Sea wave listening technique from the world that Lu Ping practiced, when Lu Ping advanced to the Dharma stage, he would condense his own special ability. The difference between the North Sea wave listening technique and other cultivation techniques was that after condensing the special ability seed, it was not stored in the achieved Dharma, but was condensed in the gentian pearl. The 12 gentian pearls actually corresponded to the North Sea 12 techniques. Whenever Lu Ping's ability was enough to condense a special ability seed, there would be a gentian pearl corresponding to it. However, what made Lu Ping puzzled, and even worried, was that this situation should only happen after Lu Ping advanced to the Dharma stage. In the world of cultivation, in order to condense a special ability, the cultivator had to first condense his Dharma before the special ability seed would be able to condense its own spirit. But now, Lu Ping's divine will was focused on the special ability seed in the gentian pearl, which had transformed into a special ability seed that looked like the Yulon Milky Way. For a moment, he was unable to determine whether this unexpected outcome was good or bad for him. However, right now, Lu Ping could sense that the special ability seed in the gentian pearl contained an enormous amount of power. This power was currently merging with the gentian pearl itself, causing the power of this gentian pearl to far surpass the power of the other 11 pearls. In addition, this power would grow as Lu Ping's level of cultivation increased. This was indeed a special characteristic of a special ability. Lu Ping knew that if he were to once again use the Great River Flows East technique on his flying sword, the power of the technique would definitely multiply. In addition, Lu Ping could sense that this special ability seed was slowly, but constantly transforming the gentian pearl. Lu Ping was surprised. Could it be that in the future, this gentian pearl would become a flying sword? The Tianxian sect was located by the mountains and the sea. At the foot of the Tianxian mountains was the Tianxian city. It had been built since the founding of the Tianxian sect. Now it had a history of tens of thousands of years. The entire city was huge and had risen and fallen along with the rise and fall of the Tianxian sect, but it had never been destroyed. The ancient city was filled with traces of the vicissitudes of history. However, under the thick dust of history, it was full of vitality. Lu Xiaohai was indeed a top-tier monster. Although he had just advanced to the late blood condensation realm, he was able to move quickly and steadily while carrying Lu Ping. When they were not far from the Tianxian sect, Lu Ping woke up from his meditative state. He patted his brocaded tiger head in approval and casually threw a bottle of medicinal pills to Lu Xiaohai. Lu Xiaohai hurriedly opened his mouth and caught it. A storage pouch was also tied to his neck. This was what Debao had instructed him to do at the beginning. His master was rich and usually had spoils of war. Ordinary items were no longer of interest to him. However, these items were all treasures to Lu Xiaohai, who had yet to transform. If they didn't have a storage bag on them, then these things would be taken away by the owner and put into the sect's warehouse in the future, or they would be given to the younger generation disciples of the sect. If they had a storage bag, the owner would never allow their spiritual pets to choose their spoils of war. Looking at the ancient city in the distance, Lu Ping took out a talisman from his robe and said a few words into it. Then he released the talisman. The talisman flashed and disappeared. 7 Fan Laozu's Pure Yang Assembly could be said to be a grand event in the entire Middle-earth's cultivation world. Although a small force like Yingshan Immortal Academy was insignificant, Marshal Uncle Liang Tianfeng would definitely send someone to participate. Lu Ping did not know who would come, and whether they had arrived or not. Lu Ping concealed his appearance, especially when he came into contact with the disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy. Now that he had gained some fame in Middle-earth, it was not appropriate to reveal the background of Yingshan Immortal Academy. Currently, Zhenling was still weak compared to the other forces in Middle-earth. If they rashly infiltrated Middle-earth, they would definitely die an ugly death. Lu Ping concealed his appearance, especially when interacting with the disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy. Now that he had some fame in Middle-earth, Yingshan Immortal Academy's current background was not suitable to be revealed. Currently, Zhenling was still weak compared to the other forces in Middle-earth. If they rashly infiltrated Middle-earth, they would definitely die an ugly death. Lu Ping had already walked into the ancient city, but there was still no response from the talisman he had thrown out. It seemed like the disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy had not arrived yet. Lu Ping strolled around the ancient city, admiring the prosperity of the large sects in Middle-earth. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He walked a few rounds on the street and arrived at a secluded place. He reached out to open the door of the Golden House and released the newly promoted lone killer, Lei Di and Lei Laolu. After giving a few instructions in a low voice, Lei Laolu changed his appearance and walked out of the small alley. A moment later, he blended into the crowd on the street. Lu Ping sent out another talisman, and this time, there was a response very quickly. Reaching out to receive the talisman, Lu Ping smiled and said, "This green fox has indeed arrived first." Chapter 819. In Tianxian Sect's Tianxiang Tea House, Lu Ping took a sip of the tea served by his son, and couldn't help but frown. He put down the teacup and waved at his son. "What can I do for you, senior?" The fact that the waiter was a blood condensation cultivator surprised Lu Ping. Lu Ping pointed at the teacups on the table and said, "Remove these." Although the waiter didn't understand, he still followed Lu Ping's order and removed all the tea sets. Lu Ping threw a mid-grade spirit stone to the waiter and told him not to disturb him. He then asked Debao to brew a pot of top-grade spirit tea. The tea was plucked from several top-grade spirit tea trees he obtained from the treasured Mirror of Abundance's heavenly abode, and the water was spirit water Lu Ping extracted from the river source. He also added a few drops of amethyst bee honey. The entire tea house was immediately enveloped by a light and elegant tea fragrance, which then spread throughout the entire tea house. The customers in the tea house called the waiter over and asked him about it. The cultivators who could drink tea in this Tianxiang tea house were naturally not ordinary people, so the waiter didn't dare to offend them. He stepped forward to explain to them one by one, even alerting the shopkeeper. It wasn't until they learned that the tea fragrance was brewed by the customers themselves, and not from the tea house, that the customers let go of the sweating waiter. Even so, there were still many tea lovers who asked the waiter if he could buy some spirit tea from Lu Ping. The waiter didn't dare to offend the customers, but Lu Ping also ordered him not to disturb them, so he anxiously paced back and forth outside Lu Ping's tea house. Lu Ping was naturally aware of the situation outside the tea house, but Lu Ping's spirit tea was not easy to make, and he didn't lack spirit stones. He just pretended not to know, and leisurely sipped his tea in the tea house, waiting for Qing Hu to come. Although Debao was a demon cultivator, he was Lu Ping's follower, and was only a low-grade demon, so he naturally didn't attract as much attention as Lu Xiaohai and Samling. Moreover, in the human world of cultivation, it was common for high-grade cultivators to bring 1 or 2 spirit pets as companions, so it wouldn't attract any criticism. Debao also brewed a cup of spirit tea for himself, but the cup he used was too big, more like a bowl. After the spirit tea was brewed, he didn't drink it, but drank it all in one gulp. Then he circulated his true essence to refine the spiritual qi essence, and used it to improve his cultivation. Ever since Debao advanced to the core forging stage, Lu Ping no longer allowed him to take all kinds of pills to improve his cultivation. Debao's temperament was jumpy, So how could he calm down and cultivate? Therefore, in these years, Debao's cultivation had only just broken through to the second layer of the core forging stage, and even Debao's cultivation had advanced to the third layer of the core forging stage. This caused Debao to desperately throw himself at something that could shorten his cultivation time. Debao drank 3 big bowls in a row, completely losing the spirit tea inside. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "Boss, don't tell me you're really thinking about that 7 fans Laozu?" Lu Ping was stunned and said, "What idea?" Debao looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, "What else could it be? Tribulation lightning water. Didn't Wu Tianxing say that when a Dharma adept goes through the tribulation lightning, they can condense tribulation lightning water from the tribulation lightning? 7 fans Laozu has gone through 3 tribulations and achieved the pure Yang Dharma power, so he must have even more tribulation lightning water." Lu Ping looked at Debao unhappily and said, "Let's not talk about whether a practitioner would dare to divert their attention to condense tribulation lightning water when going through the tribulation lightning, even if they were lucky enough to condense a few drops in the hands of someone like 7 fans Laozu. Do you think we have a chance to get anything from him?" When a practitioner went through the tribulation lightning, it was like a Dharma power facing a pot of boiling oil. The first tribulation lightning was just a few drops of boiling oil splashing out of the pot, and at most, it would leave a few spots on the Dharma power. Even so, most early Dharma adepts would die from these few spots. The second tribulation lightning was like pouring boiling oil all over the practitioner's body, and this was much more serious. When it came to the third tribulation lightning, it was basically putting the practitioner in a pot of oil and frying him. Only if he could survive it would he be able to achieve the pure Yang Dharma power. In this kind of life-threatening situation, the practitioner's Dharma power would be trying its best to resist the tribulation lightning. So how would it have the time to condense tribulation lightning water from the Dharma power that was already like boiling oil? Wouldn't the practitioner be blasted to death by the tribulation lightning? Even if it was a Dharma adept who had the energy to spare, at this time, they would have to focus all their attention on absorbing and refining the pure Yang Qi. After all, this was the most useful thing for a practitioner after going through the tribulation lightning. Although tribulation lightning water was precious, it would not be of much help to a Dharma adept's level of practice. Debao let out a long sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you didn't. I thought boss came to Tianxian Ancient City after hearing the news from Wu Tianxing, just for the tribulation lightning water." Lu Ping looked at the relieved Debao and smiled. "Yes, the tribulation lightning water is related to whether or not I can advance to the pinnacle of the core forging stage. If there's a chance, of course I won't let it go." Debao's face fell when he heard this. "No way, boss." As the two of them chatted, footsteps came from outside the door. Green Fox had arrived. Green Fox was dressed like a man. When she entered the tea room and saw Lu Ping, she smiled and said, "The Heavenly Fragrance restaurant has always been the most famous restaurant in Tianxian Ancient City, and it is famous in the entire cultivation world. It has all kinds of famous teas and spiritual water. Who would have thought that today a customer would use his own spiritual tea to beat us?" This has already caused a commotion among the customers of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. I was just trying to guess what kind of tea it was, but I didn't expect the mysterious customer to be Brother Lu. Lu Ping gestured for Green Fox to sit down. Beside him, Debao hurriedly took out his tea set and brewed purple crystal honey tea for Green Fox. The refreshing fragrance of the tea filled the air again. Green Fox held the tea set in her hands, but before she could taste it, she was already immersed in the atmosphere. "It really is a good tea." Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Although the tea is good, it's not that good. The subtlety is just a drop of purple crystal honey." Green Fox had naturally seen the process of Debao dripping purple crystal honey into the tea, but she didn't know what kind of treasure it was. However, when she heard that the drop of amethyst liquid was actually the legendary amethyst honey that had long disappeared in the cultivation world, her face was instantly filled with astonishment. She asked, "Is it really amethyst honey?" Seeing Lu Ping nod with a smile, Green Fox sighed slightly and said, Brother Lu, you really have many tricks up your sleeves. You're always unpredictable. If word got out that you're using purple crystal honey to brew tea, who knows how many pill refiners would beat their chests and shout that they're a wastrel. Lu Ping smiled but didn't say anything. On the other hand, De Bao, who was standing to the side, secretly cursed. Boss has a whole colony of purple crystal bees. Even the queen bee can be cultivated to the point where it can transform. How can he be short of purple crystal honey? Boss doesn't even use purple crystal honey for alchemy. He only uses purple crystal royal jelly. Green Fox took a sip of the honey tea and savored the aftertaste for a moment. Then she put down the cup and said with a serious face, "On behalf of the Green Fox clan, I, Qingdai, thank you for your trip to the West Wilderness." At this time, more than a year had passed since the opening of the river source. Ma Qinshi's death was because she had a father who was famous in the cultivation world. Plus she was also a top existence among the core forging stage cultivators. So it was not a small matter in the cultivation world. This period of time was enough for the news to spread to the cultivation world of the plains. Green Fox naturally heard about it, but it was only now that Lu Ping learned that Green Fox's real name was Qingdai. This also meant that Qingdai was officially under Lu Ping's command, and the Green Fox 9 bandits were now truly under Lu Ping's control. Lu Ping waved his hand and said casually, "This is nothing. Tell me about the recent situation in the Tianxian ancient city. Is there any progress on the matter I asked you to do?" Qingdai took a sip of tea and said, 7 Fan Laozu's Pure Yang Dharma Assembly can be said to be a grand occasion. According to the news, almost all the major sects that participated in this Dharma assembly came. In addition to the 5 holy lands, the East Sea Crystal Palace also sent people to congratulate him. In addition, the Yuan clan, the West Wilderness Palace, the Taishian sect, and other sects and aristocratic families also sent people to congratulate him. Even the mysterious spirit beast taming sect is said to have sent cultivators this time. In short, this grand event can be said to be unprecedentedly grand, and the participating cultivators are also difficult to distinguish. Lu Ping nodded. But this was not what he was concerned about at the moment. So he opened his mouth and interrupted Qingdai. "Is there any news about the Thunder Tribulation Elixir in the Tianxian ancient city?" The Thunder Tribulation Elixir, a high-grade heaven-step spiritual item? Qingdai looked at Lu Ping in surprise, and immediately realized that this was what Lu Ping needed. This meant that the gold core that her lord was about to condense must be of the 9th grade. This was a top-grade gold core that only the direct descendants of those holy lands and big sects with a long history could aspire for. Qingdai calmed herself down and said with regret, "Although I have heard about the underground auctions in the Tianxian ancient city this time, I have never heard of any news about the Thunder Tribulation Elixir." Naturally, Lu Ping also knew that this kind of treasure was rare. Even if someone wanted to trade it, it was impossible to make it known to everyone. He asked Qingdai just in case. However, a trace of disappointment appeared on Lu Ping's face. Qingdai continued, "However, I heard that one of the auctions is specifically for the trading of spiritual items. Moreover, it is barter. After all, spiritual items are rare, and a high-grade heaven-step spiritual item is too precious. The Thunder Tribulation Elixir is a heaven step among heaven step. The probability of it appearing is almost 0. Lu Ping was shocked. In any case, this was a possible channel. He stared at Qingdai and asked, "What do you mean?" Qingdai did not stay with Lu Ping for long. She briefly told Lu Ping about the situation in the Tianxian ancient city and the information about the underground auctions. Then, she said, "This time, the various sects in the cultivation world of Hebei will also send cultivators to congratulate the 7 Fans Laozu. I heard that the Yingshan Immortal Academy has sent a late-stage core forging realm elder to lead the team. Since Guotianshan Laozu went into seclusion a year ago, the Yingshan Immortal Academy is now in charge of everything." Chapter 820. After sending Qinghu off, the waiter, who had been waiting at the entrance of the tea room, was about to approach Lu Ping, but he saw that Lu Ping had ignored him and was staring at the sky. When the waiter looked up, he saw a talisman flash by. A yellow talisman had appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The waiter knew what was going on and stood back, not daring to disturb him. Then, he heard the sound of the stairs in the tea house, and a voice was heard. "Is it junior brother Lu? I followed your sound transmission talisman and came here." Lu Ping smiled at the waiter, then raised his voice. "Is it senior brother Xiantian? I've been waiting here for a long time." After turning the stairs, the person in front was wearing a large robe and a crown. He had some of the elegance of Jiang Tianlin Laozu. This was Jiang Tianlin Laozu's eldest disciple, Xiantian Junren, who had broken through to the 8th stage of core forging. Following closely behind Jiang Tianlin Laozu was a woman in her 30s. Lu Ping hurriedly went forward to welcome her. "Senior sister Xiankai is here too. I have to congratulate you for successfully advancing to the late stage of core forging. You're one step closer to becoming a Dharma adept." This woman was Perfected Qi Xiankai, who had taken over the management of the Yingshan Immortal Academy from Perfected Lu Xianyuan. After a few years, Perfected Qi Xiankai had successfully broken through to the late stage of core forging. Lu Ping welcomed the two of them into the tea room. The three of them sat down, and Debao hurriedly served honey tea. Perfected Qi Xiankai took a sip of the tea and glanced at Debao. "Junior brother has many good things here. You're the only one in the cultivation world who can use purple crystal honey to make tea." Lu Ping knew that Taoist Profound Kai was actually a little worried about Debao, so he smiled. "If senior sister likes it, I still have some extra here. I can leave them with Debao. If senior sister needs anything, just ask him." Lu Ping was also telling Perfected Xiankai that Lu Ping could hand over such an important treasure, like the amethyst honey, to Debao. Naturally, Debao could be trusted. What's the current situation of the cultivation world in Hebei? Since there were no more worries, Lu Ping asked directly. Although Qing Dai had explained the situation of the cultivation world in Hebei, she was not part of it. Some things could only be known by participating in it. What a mess! Taoist Profound Kai paused for a moment before continuing. "The spirit martial sect has been ambushed, and the entire sect is in a state of half-sealing the mountain. The other sects are still in a state of disunity. It's a good thing that the Hebei region did not have another Mara disaster. Otherwise, it's unknown whether the Hebei region would be able to withstand another Mara disaster." As Lu Ping listened to Taoist Profound Kai's explanation, and Taoist Profound Tian's interjection, he finally had a clearer understanding of the current cultivation world in Hebei. After that, Lu Ping asked a lot more about the Yingshan Immortal Academy, and found out that everything was normal. Moreover, in the past 6 or 7 years, many disciples with great potential had advanced to the blood condensation realm, and were sent back to the North Sea to be nurtured. Only then did he relax. After the three of them finished talking about the Immortal Academy, Lu Ping asked, "Has there been any news from the sect? What's the situation in the North Sea?" Xiankai and Xiantian looked at each other. Only then did Xiantian say, "Let me do the talking. Other than celebrating old ancestor Seven Fan's attainment of the pure young Dharma idol, there's another reason we came to the arcane Tianxian ancient city this time. The sect has sent word that junior brother Lu needs to return to the North Sea as soon as possible." Lu Ping's expression froze and he asked, "Did something happen in the sect?" Taoist Profound Tian shook his head. Uncle Master Liang did not say much, but I guess it might have something to do with Master's first Dharma tribulation. So fast. Lu Ping was a little surprised. How long has it been since Uncle Master Jiang attained Dharma? However, he quickly recovered. In the Ying Tian Temple, Jiang Tianlin Laozu, Xianling sects Feng Shu Tao, and Songhai sects Zhang Shi had all obtained the Dharma souls left behind by the Dharma adepts of the Ying Tian Temple. Among them, Feng Shu Tao had assimilated with the Dharma soul on the spot. Although he could not fully absorb the wonders of the Dharma soul, it was the fastest way to increase a practitioner's level. Not long after leaving the Ying Tian Temple, he successfully passed his first Thunder Tribulation and advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. Although Jiang Tianlin Laozu had used a step-by-step method, more than 20 years had passed. With Jiang Tianlin Laozu's talent, not only had he assimilated the Dharma soul, but he had also probably suppressed his level of training for many years. Otherwise, he would have long passed his thunder tribulation and become a mid-dharma adept. Before every practitioner passed their thunder tribulation, they would usually appoint a core forging adept to follow them. This was because during the thunder tribulation, the various treasures on the practitioner would not be of use. At the same time, they were also afraid that if the practitioner failed to pass the thunder tribulation, these treasures would be turned into ashes. Hence, the Dharma adept would usually hand these treasures over to the core forging adept for safekeeping. And the safekeeping person was naturally someone that the Dharma adept was extremely close to and trusted. At the same time, the core forging adept was actually the successor of the Dharma adept. Hence, every core forging adept who followed the Dharma adept through the thunder tribulation had to be selected very strictly, and the significance of the selection was not ordinary. However, what confused Lu Ping was that with Jiang Tianlin Laozu's current level of ability, although he could not pass the thunder tribulation unscathed, it was almost certain that he would succeed. Even if Jiang Tianlin Laozu was cautious and needed to choose someone to follow him through the thunder tribulation, the first person should be Xian Tian, who had followed him for hundreds of years. If that was the case, why did he recall Lu Ping back to the North Sea because of this? Lu Ping looked at Xian Tianjinren. Xian Tianjinren was the eldest disciple of Jiang Tianlin Laozu, so he must know something. Furthermore, as the eldest disciple of Jiang Tianlin Laozu, he was also the actual leader of the Xiaoyao and Chonghua factions. Lu Ping wondered if he would have any other thoughts after hearing about this. Although Lu Ping's ability could be said to be invincible among the 3 generations of Jinling, whether it was status or experience, he could not compare to this disciple, who had followed Jiang Tianlin Laozu and Lu Tianling Laozu for hundreds of years. Lu Ping also had a lot of respect for the senior brother of his, and he did not want to cause a gap between the two of them because of this matter. Xian Tianjinren seemed to understand what Lu Ping was thinking. He spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me. With Master's ability, there is no need for him to follow anyone. He probably needs an excuse for something else. It's just that when Celestial Phenomenon Laozu went through the second thunder tribulation, he chose you as his follower. This time, Master chose you again. It's inevitable that the other practitioners in the sect will be jealous." The speaker had no ulterior motive, but the listener had an ulterior motive. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be because of the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash? When Lu Ping observed Celestial Phenomenon Laozu going through the Thunder Tribulation, the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash had swallowed the Thunder Tribulation and condensed it into a treasure. In the end, when it condensed 3 treasures, it also divided the strength of the Thunder Tribulation, allowing Celestial Phenomenon Laozu to pass the Thunder Tribulation and become a Dharma adept. From then on, Jinling's status in the North Sea was like the sun at high noon. Could it be that this time, it was Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's idea to summon Lu Ping to the North Sea? Not only could he use the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash to reduce the difficulty of Jiang Tianlin Laozu's Thunder Tribulation, but at the same time, it could also improve the quality of the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash. The latter was probably the main reason. After all, when Lu Ping had used the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash to help Celestial Phenomenon Laozu pass the Thunder Tribulation, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu had instructed him not to tell anyone about the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash. Currently, in the entire Jinling, other than Hu Lili and Celestial Phenomenon Laozu himself, even his own teacher didn't know that he had the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash, the legendary first divine artifact. After understanding the reason, Lu Ping instantly relaxed. He then asked, "Senior, do you have any news about Huangli Island?" As soon as Lu Ping said this, he saw Xian Tian and Xian Kai smiling ambiguously at him. Lu Ping knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. Although his relationship with Hu Lili hadn't been officially confirmed, everyone in Jinling knew about it. However, Lu Ping wasn't entirely because of Hu Lili. After all, Huangli Island was Lu Ping's life's work. Lu Ping had been gone for nearly 20 years, so he was naturally very concerned about the situation on Huangli Island. Spiritual Master Xian Tian took out a few jade slips and handed them to Lu Ping. He said, These are from your wife, Xian Yong, Xian Xian, Xian Jian, and Xian Lian. Lu Ping took the jade slips and found that they all had a faint purple tint on them. This meant that there was a lot of information inside. With spiritual master Xian Tian and the others in front of him, Lu Ping didn't want to neglect the two just because he wanted to check the contents of the jade slips. On the side, spiritual master Xian Kai was a meticulous person. Seeing this, she said, "Junior brother, do you have any plans for this trip to mysterious Sky Ancient City? Do you want to come with us to see Pure Yang Laozu?" Lu Ping thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. The Pure Yang convocation will be grand. With our status, I'm afraid we will only be able to sit in a remote place. We may not be able to appreciate Pure Yang Laozu's elegance." Lu Ping told the two about his trip to mysterious Sky Ancient City in search of lightning tribulation elixir. Although Xian Tian and Xian Kai were surprised, their faces were full of joy. In Jinling's history, only Laozu could form a golden core after condensing a high-grade heaven step spirit item. Moreover, Lu Ping had condensed lightning tribulation elixir, something that could make Dharma idol Laozu tremble, so it was very possible for him to form a top-grade golden core. After sending off Xian Tian and Xian Kai, Lu Ping pondered for a moment in the tea room. He briefly looked through the jade slips sent by his friends and Hu Lili. From beginning to end, his face didn't reveal the slightest emotion. After a while, Lu Ping called the waiter, who had been waiting outside the tea room, into the tea room. Lu Ping looked at the uneasy waiter in front of him, smiled, and said, "Is it because of my spirit tea?" After Lu Ping brewed the amethyst honey tea, this waiter had been waiting outside the tea room where Lu Ping was. Lu Ping could naturally guess the reason. Originally, Lu Ping didn't want to bother with him, but now he changed his mind and said, "You can't make the decision on this matter. Go and call your shopkeeper over." When the waiter heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and went away with a joyful expression. Chapter 821. In the tea room, Lu Ping tossed a jade bottle to the shopkeeper and said with a smile, "Thank you, shopkeeper. This bottle is what makes the spirit tea so miraculous, and it's also what I need. Take this bottle as a reward for your help." The shopkeeper took Lu Ping's jade bottle in a reserved manner and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, but Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is just a small shop. If we can't satisfy you, please don't blame us." Lu Ping naturally did not believe the shopkeeper's humble words. The Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant was the top tea house in Tianxian Ancient City. For it to be able to survive for thousands of years, it must have a powerful background. The Tianxian sect was probably the biggest backer of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. There were many customers in the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant every day. It was basically a gathering place for news in Tianxian Ancient City, although there were many tea lovers among the customers. At the critical moment of the Laozu Pure Yang ceremony, most of the customers were people from various sects who were well informed. Once the news that he needed the water of punishment thunder was leaked, it would quickly become the talk of the town, unless a green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes. When he looked at the shopkeeper who was bowing to send the customer off, he realized that the shopkeeper was also a late core forging adept. He had not noticed it before, so it was obvious that the shopkeeper also had a treasure on him to hide his cultivation level. However, Lu Ping was not worried that the shopkeeper would cause trouble. After all, the shopkeeper did not know what was in the jade bottle in his hand. Seeing Lu Ping's silhouette disappear into the distance, the waiter appeared behind the shopkeeper. 19th uncle, what did he say?" The shopkeeper weighed the jade bottle that Lu Ping had handed over in his hand. He said with some disdain, he dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. The water of punishment thunder is known as the most precious item of all heaven-level water-based spiritual objects. Even Dharma adepts view it as a treasure. How can this thing used to make tea be of such value? The waiter asked curiously, 19th uncle, what is in it? Huh. The shopkeeper realized that he did not know what was in the jade bottle. However, the shopkeeper still had a look of disdain on his face. So what if it was bejeweled wine? The stopper of the jade bottle was opened. A rich, yet not greasy, fragrance wafted out of the jade bottle. The waiter, who was standing behind the shopkeeper, greedily inhaled the fragrance. It was as if all the hair on his body had been stimulated by the fragrance. The waiter did not know what a high-grade heaven-step spirit item was. He only felt that the treasure within the jade bottle seemed to have a wonderful effect on the growth of his cultivation. Just by taking a breath, it seemed that the magic power within his body seemed to circulate a little more. But at this moment, the disdain on the shopkeeper's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with uncertainty. This thing is... The disdain on the shopkeeper's face had disappeared. The waiter looked at him strangely and smiled. "What's wrong, 19th uncle? Is there really a treasure in there? If you don't like it, give it to me. I can feel that this thing is very useful to me. It will definitely help me break through the bottleneck of the late blood condensation realm." As the shopkeeper agreed, he carefully dripped half a drop of spirit liquid from the jade bottle. He dipped his finger into it and placed it on his tongue. The rich spiritual energy in the jade bottle caused the shopkeeper's eyes to light up. It was as if he had confirmed what was in the jade bottle. "Huh, what did you say just now? You want the thing in there? Don't even think about it." The waiter was still in high spirits. He did not expect 19th uncle to suddenly change his mind. He hurriedly said, "19th uncle, you can't do this. You promised me before." The shopkeeper's expression changed. "Shut up. This is not something you can touch." The waiter was dumbfounded as he watched the shopkeeper carefully hide the jade bottle. The shopkeeper did not even look at him, and hurriedly walked towards the back of the tea house. The waiter looked at the shopkeeper's figure disappearing into the back of the tea house. He could only walk up the stairs indignantly. The back of the tea house was not a place he could enter, even if the shopkeeper was his relative. The mysterious Tianxian Mirror Lake was only a small pool of water in the back mountain of the mysterious Tianxian Mountain, but it was the center of the entire mysterious Tianxian Mountain. It was also the location of the cave residences of the most revered ancestors of the mysterious Tianxian sect. At this moment, in an extremely mysterious place in the mysterious Heavenly Mirror Lake, 4 old men were sitting cross-legged. In the middle of the 4 of them was a mirror that was as smooth as a bronze mirror. It displayed the situation in the mysterious heavenly ancient city. As the image flickered continuously, the situation in every corner of the mysterious heavenly ancient city appeared on the screen. A moment later, an old man who was the leader of the group on the left extended his finger and gently tapped on the surface of the mirror. A ripple immediately spread out from the point where his finger came into contact with the surface of the mirror. The mysterious sky ancient city in the mirror immediately gradually became distant. When the ripple disappeared, only then could one see that it was not a copper mirror, but a pool of clear water. After a while, as if waiting for the other 3 elders to laugh at the information revealed by the scene flashing in the mirror, the elder who dispersed the mirror then said unhurriedly, "Regarding the matter of exchanging the amethyst royal jelly for the lightning tribulation elixir that has been widely spread in the Tianxian ancient city, what do you all think, junior brothers?" The other 3 did not say a word. The old man who had spoken did not mind either. He just closed his eyes gently, as if he had forgotten what he had said just now. In this secret area, rich spiritual energy rose from the mirror-like pool, condensing into spiritual flowers that flowed in all directions. Then, they gathered on the 4 Laozus bodies. When the 4 Laozus sat in meditation, they were like 4 huge abysses that swallowed and spat spiritual fog. As long as the spiritual fog that was condensed from spiritual energy floated within 3 feet of the 4 Laozus, it would immediately disappear. At this moment, a cultivator with gray hair and beard sitting at the bottom of the right suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Senior brother Chi Fan has just become a pure young cultivator and reached an agreement with the 5 holy lands. But there are already rumors in Tianxian City that the purple crystal royal jelly can be exchanged for the lightning tribulation water. Could it be that the 5 holy lands want to go back on their word? Junior brother Qingli, you worry too much. This time, the ambassadors from the 5 holy lands are using the name of congratulating senior brother on becoming a pure young cultivator to send the lightning tribulation water. This was in exchange for the lightning tribulation water that our sect has given up thousands of miles of land in the plains. Now that the land has not been handed over, the Taishan sect does not dare to be presumptuous. I don't think the 5 holy lands are behind this. Sitting opposite the gray-haired and bearded Qingli Laozu was Sanxiang Laozu, one of the 4 great adepts of the Tianxian sect at the late Dharma stage. Haha. Although junior brother Qingli has just become a great adept, and does not know much about some of the secrets of our sect, what he said is not without reason. All these years, the Taishan sect has relied on the support of Wuxia school to be too presumptuous. It is hard to say that they are not acting in secret. The elder on the right was the Tianxian sect's great adept Liannan Laozu. He said slowly, "There have always been 2 ways for the lightning tribulation water to form. The first is naturally formed by the heavens and the earth. The second is when the heavens and the earth arrive, and a cultivator condenses the lightning tribulation in the process of going through the tribulation. The heavens and the earth are rare, and condensing the lightning tribulation is extremely difficult." Liannan Laozu's words made the other 3 nod their heads. It was obvious that the 3 of them had a deep understanding of the matter. Liannan Laozu continued, "The old man has gone through 2 lightning tribulations, and his self-confidence is considered rare in the world of practitioners. However, to be honest, senior brothers and junior brothers, he has only condensed 3 drops of the lightning tribulation water, and it was at the last moment of his first lightning tribulation. He saw that the lightning tribulation was approaching, and he thought that he would definitely pass it, so he hurriedly condensed these 3 drops. However, when he was going through the second lightning tribulation, the old man was ashamed, and in the face of death, how could he still have the mood to condense the lightning tribulation water?" Qingli Laozu smiled bitterly. In any case, senior brother managed to condense 3 drops, but the old man only condensed 2 drops, and that was also when he was going through the first lightning tribulation. The old man, on the other hand, condensed 5 drops. The first time, he condensed 4 drops, but he felt that the lightning tribulation was just SOSO, so he thought that he would be able to condense 2 or 3 drops during the second lightning tribulation, so that in the future, the sect would have a little more foundation. At this point, Sanxiang Laozu smiled bitterly. However, the old man was foolish and arrogant. He had just condensed 1 drop when the last lightning tribulation struck him half to death, and he almost died. After that, he had to rest for a whole 30 years before he could recover. Just thinking about it still gives me a lingering fear. As for the third lightning tribulation, to achieve the pure young Dharma idol like senior brother Qi Fan, I don't even think about it. Qingli Laozu raised his head and looked at the old man on the left. Senior brother Dong Lu, how many drops did you condense? Dong Lu Laozu stroked his beard and said, "The old man condensed a little more, 6 drops. But now, he only has 1 drop left. He planned to add to the sect's foundation, and the rest have been used elsewhere." Qingli Laozu nodded. The lightning tribulation water has a wide range of uses. Although there aren't many core forging cultivators who can refine it, it has unimaginable benefits for the condensation of Dharma idols and the cultivation of Dharma idols, as well as the upgrading of high-level magic treasures. If it wasn't for the fact that we have reached the stage where it is difficult to improve our cultivation, I'm afraid we would have used up the last bit of our foundation. Old 15, are you saying that the old man has used up a lot of our foundation? As soon as Qingli Laozu finished speaking, an old man with a basket in his hand and a hoe on his shoulder walked into the secret room with a smile. Layers upon layers of restrictions spread out, but they didn't affect the old man in the slightest. Of course not. Qingli Laozu first chuckled, then said seriously, "Our sect's foundation has been accumulating for hundreds and thousands of years in order to support the emergence of the pure young Laozu, and even prepare for the pure young spirit to become a true spirit Laozu. Now that third senior brother has become a pure yang, it is time for our sect's foundation to be used up. It is only right that we use up all of the lightning tribulation water we have accumulated over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years." The old man placed the basket in his hand on the ground and took down the hoe on his shoulder. Seeing that there were a few pieces of black mud on the hoe, the old man casually dipped the hoe into the pool between the 4 of them. The black mud immediately fell off, and the hoe became black and shiny. Its sharpness even flickered with a black light. However, the four old men sitting cross-legged next to the pool all had twisted expressions. But they did their best to endure. The self-restraint they had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years was shattered by the old man's hoe. Chapter 822. The Tianxian Mirror Lake was one of the Tianxian sect's famous locations in the world of cultivators. But it was actually the most important central treasure of the Tianxian sect. The Heavenly Mystic Mirror was a top-notch spirit-nurturing mystic treasure that had condensed 9 heavenly grotto heaven treasure seals. It was only one step away from passing the first thunder calamity and becoming a spirit treasure. Then, it would become a small kiliocosm like the 7 stars grotto heaven that Lu Ping had entered in the past. The Tianxian mirror usually transformed into a lake. Most of the cultivators in the Tianxian sect thought that it was just a beautiful lake on the top of a mountain. They did not know that there was another world in this small lake. The place where the spirit veins of a large spirit vein converged would often form a colorful spiritual fog. The place where the spirit veins of a large spirit vein converged would have even thicker and would often condense into a liquid state. It could even give birth to a trace of spirituality and become a spirit object, which had some special magical powers. This was a water-based heaven-level spirit object, the essence of the spirit vein, which was as famous as the thunder trial water. Because the essence of the spirit vein was condensed from the essence of a large spirit vein, it was inextricably linked to the area where the spirit vein was being nurtured. Cultivators could often use some secret spells and formations to use the essence of the spirit vein to monitor the area where the spirit vein was being nurtured. Although this kind of monitoring was not perfect, for a large sect like the Tianxian sect, which had a territory of tens of thousands of miles, it was already very valuable. At this time, in a secret place in the Tianxian Mirror Cave, the 4 Dharma adepts of the Tianxian sect watched as the old man in front of them washed a long-handled hoe covered in mud in the extremely precious essence of the spirit vein. In just a moment, he had turned the small pool of heaven-level spirit water into a circle of muddy brown water. Seeing the old man like this, San Xiang, Lian Nan and Dong Lu Laozu could still control themselves. However, Qing Li Laozu had just passed the second thunder trial, and clearly did not have a clear understanding of the old man in front of him. Seeing the pool of extremely precious essence of the spirit vein mixed with mud, his face immediately turned red, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Brother Qi Fan, what are you doing? This is the essence of the spirit vein, heaven level. It is not inferior to the thunder trial water. The old man was the well-deserved leader of the Tianxian sect, and also the main character of this Tianxian sect's Pure Yang Dharma assembly, the famous Pure Yang adept Qi Fan Laozu. Qi Fan Laozu only glanced at Qing Li Laozu and said nonchalantly, "I just rinsed the hoe. The mud in it will be cleared in a while, and the quality of the pool will not be affected. What are you so anxious about? You are after all a great adept of our sect. If you can't keep your cool, how will you be able to take charge of this huge Tianxian sect in the future?" Qing Li Laozu was both angry and amused. He had long heard that this third brother was a troublemaker. Although he and Qi Fan Laozu were fellow disciples, there was actually a 300 to 400 age gap between them. Before he had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, he had basically not had much of a chance to interact with this third brother. Now that he had advanced to the late Dharma stage, and became one of the only 5 great adepts of the Tianxian sect, he finally realized that this third brother was probably even more troublesome than the rumors said. Dong Lu Laozu secretly hinted to Qing Li Laozu not to argue with Qi Fan Laozu. So he changed the topic and said, "Senior brother has gone to look after those spirit herbs and spirit fruits again. How are they growing now?" The old man's face instantly lit up with pride, and he said with a smile, "The Tianxian secret garden has been passed down for thousands of years, and the most precious and rare herbs of our sect have always been planted there. It has always been looked after by the head of the sect, or the person with the highest level of practice." When the old man took over, there were a total of 11 types and 29 stalks of rare herbs. In the past 300 years, there have been 2 more types of rare herbs in the secret garden, and the total number has reached 35 stocks. In the future, it can be passed down to future generations. The old man can be considered to have left a significant legacy for our sect. The other 4 Laozu nodded and said, Senior brother has racked his brains for the past 300 years. On behalf of our sect's 4 generations of disciples and tens of thousands of practitioners, we thank you, senior brother. The old man seemed to be very pleased with the crowd's compliments and said proudly, It's all right, it's all right. If it weren't for these things, the old man would not have been able to pass through the 3rd thunder calamity and advance to the pure yang stage. These things have a crucial effect on the advancement of the middle and late Dharma adepts, as well as on passing through the thunder calamity. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are second only to the legacy of our sect. In the future, no matter which junior brother or disciple takes over the secret garden, they must try their best to expand the size of the secret garden. This is the only way to ensure that the legacy of our sect will never decline. The old man's first few sentences were filled with a hint of complacency, but towards the end, he became serious and his tone became much more serious. The other Laozu also sat upright and still. After hearing the old man's words, they all responded respectfully. Senior brother, this time, in order to exchange for the thunder calamity water from the 5 holy lands, we have to shrink our sect's sphere of influence in the plains training world as the price. Isn't this deal a little too much for the losses? Recently, there have been a lot of complaints from our disciples, and some of the affiliated forces of our sect are also full of complaints, unwilling to give up on these spheres of influence. The one who spoke was Lian Nan Laozu. Lian Nan Laozu's position in the sect was second only to Qi Fan Laozu and Dong Lu Laozu. Although Qi Fan Laozu was in charge of the Heavenly Xian sect, he rarely interfered with the sect's affairs after achieving the pure yang realm. Most of the internal and external affairs of the sect were handled by Dong Lu Laozu and Lian Nan Laozu. And Lian Nan Laozu was in charge of the external affairs of the sect. Qi Fan Laozu seemed to be very dissatisfied with Qing Li Laozu's ceasefire. Dong Lu Laozu and Lian Nan Laozu's covert actions naturally did not escape his eyes, so he immediately said uninterestedly, The old man still wants to live for a few more years, so naturally, he has to act like a grandson in front of others. What's the big deal about losing thousands of miles of territory? It's better than being suppressed, and even losing the sect's inheritance in the end. As soon as Qi Fan Laozu said this, not only Dong Lu Laozu, but the other 3 Laozu were also shocked. But for a moment, no one opened their mouth to ask the reason. Although Qi Fan Laozu usually liked to cause trouble, he had never been careless when it came to matters related to the sect. Otherwise, the Heavenly Xian sect would not have become so prosperous under his leadership for hundreds of years, and their old enemy, the Heavenly Xian sect, would not have been suppressed by the Heavenly Xian sect without the ability to fight back even with the secret support of others. After a moment, Qing Li Laozu finally opened his mouth to ask with some disbelief, Third brother, are you sure you're not joking? Our sect has been very prosperous for the past 500 years, and we currently have 23 Dharma adepts, and the 3rd generation of disciples has also begun to enter the Dharma stage. I believe that in another 100 years, our sect will have more than 30 Dharma adepts, and this kind of strength will be the best outside of the Holy Lands. In the future, if senior brother becomes a true soul cultivator, it will not be wishful thinking for our sect to attack the 6th Holy Land of Central Plains. So why would we have to worry about losing our inheritance? Senior brother, are you worrying for nothing? Qi Fan Laozu squatted down and reached his hands into the pool to wash the mud off his hands, and then stirred the spirit essence milk that had just settled. However, this time, no other Laozu noticed it. Qi Fan Laozu's words just now were too sensational. Prosperous? 30 Laozus? Qi Fan Laozu's eyes flashed, and his lips curled into a playful smile as he said, 4,000 years ago, the Ying Tian sect was not much weaker than our sect today, and they also had the help of the North Sea Failing sect. In total, the 2 sects had 8 grand adepts and no less than 40 Dharma adepts. They even had a pure young adept like Fei Tian Laozu. But what was the result? The Ying Tian sect still disappeared, and the North Sea training world was isolated from the outside world. Only one or two talented cultivators could remind people of the three great overseas training worlds of the past. These people were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although Qi Fan Laozu did not say it explicitly, the meaning behind his words was clear to them. Qingli Laozu's eyes widened, and he said in shock, "Senior, you have discovered something?" Qi Fan Laozu did not directly answer Qingli Laozu's question, but instead said, "Ever since the seventh patriarch opened the skies, other than the 5 holy lands of Middle Earth and the East Sea Crystal Palace, have you heard of the appearance of a 7th great sect?" Seeing the coldness in the eyes of the other 4 people, Qi Fan Laozu did not pause at all and continued, "It has been more than 30,000 years since the world was opened, and there have been many sects that were stronger than our sect and the Ying Tian sect. There were also many who tried to establish inheritances like these 6 great sections. Why has there not been a 7th holy land in the training world?" Qi Fan Laozu seemed to feel that the impact of his words was still too small, so he continued, "4,000 years ago, Fei Tian Laozu had great ambitions. Not only did he have a chance to advance to the true spirit realm, he even persuaded the Fei Ling sect of the North Sea. Once Fei Tian Laozu became a true spirit realm, the 2 sects would announce their merger, and at that time, they would become the 7th holy land of the training world. Unfortunately, just as the 2 sects reached an agreement in private, they were immediately destroyed. The 2 great sects that had tens of thousands of years of history disappeared in an instant." Qi Fan Laozu looked at the 4 people in the secret room and said, "Now, do you still have the confidence to become a great sect?" The 4 great cultivators who were famous in the training world all had a depressed expression on their faces. After a long time, Qingli Laozu said bitterly, "Third senior brother, how did you know all this?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Mystic Sky Ancient City, Lu Ping stood in the corner of a market street, casually fiddling with some items on the stall. He turned a deaf ear to the chattering cultivator in front of him, who was introducing his items to him. His divine sense was carefully observing a figure in the distance, until the figure flashed past the end of the street and disappeared around a corner. The bustling cultivators on the street greatly interfered with the exploration of Lu Ping's divine sense. If it were not for Lu Ping's divine sense being far superior to others, he would have lost track of that familiar figure long ago. Even though there was the danger of losing him at any time, Lu Ping still did not dare to follow too closely. In fact, if it were not for the fact that Lu Ping accidentally bumped into this person, and that this person had not seen Lu Ping before, Lu Ping would not have dared to follow him no matter what. Fan Yuqing, the old enemy of the mysterious Sky Sect, was the second of the 18 true disciples of the 3rd generation of the mysterious Sky Sect, another large sect in the training world of the plains. Back in the Yingyu swamp, Lu Ping had seen this person's ferocity and overbearingness. He was truly an extraordinary existence among cultivators of the same level. Chapter 823. What was he doing in Tianxian Ancient City? Was he not afraid of being discovered and killed by the Tianxian sect practitioners? Lu Ping was puzzled. However, just as Lu Ping stood up to leave, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in green, with a flying sword strapped to his back, walking leisurely towards the corner of the street. Another early Dharma adept. It looked like he was also following the person in front of him. Zhou Donghuang wondered if the man with the sword on his back had noticed him. However, they would never have thought that a late core forging adept like him would be so daring as to follow a Dharma adept. Lu Ping rubbed his chin, hesitating whether he should go forward to investigate. However, he was afraid that he would fall into someone else's trap. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine will moved. He was about to take a step forward when he heard someone call out from behind. "Is that Brother Lu from the North Sea?" Lu Ping turned around with a look of surprise on his face. However, when he saw the person who spoke, his expression immediately changed to one of joy. He cupped his hands towards the three people in the distance and said, Brother Cloud Sword, Brother Lei Jian, Brother Lightning Jian, it's been a few years. How have you been? The person who called out to Lu Ping was an old acquaintance from the Yingyu swamp. With Lu Ping's help, he had escaped from Fan Yuqing, the Dharma adept of the Tianxian sect, the three rolling thunder swords of the Tianxian sect. Although the three swords had yet to enter the Dharma stage, they were at the peak of the core forging stage, and could break through at any time. The person in front was burly, and had a loud voice. It was Lei Jian of the three swords. He laughed and said, Brother Lu, it's really you. You're not a good friend. You didn't even greet us when you arrived at Tianxian Ancient City. Could it be that Brother Lu is so famous in the Central Plains that you no longer care about us? Lu Ping hurriedly bowed and said, Brother Lei Jian, please be merciful. I have just arrived at Tianxian Ancient City, and was in the midst of seeing the prosperity and history of this ancient city. I forgot to contact you. Please forgive me. At this moment, Cloudsword and Lightning Sword walked over as well. Smiling, Cloudsword said, Earlier, Brother Lu seemed to have some important matters to attend to. Don't delay it because of us three brothers. Lu Ping wasn't sure if the three of them had already discovered Fan Yuqing, but after thinking about it he still whispered, I won't hide it from the three of you. Just now, I seem to have discovered a person's back that looked very much like Fan Yuqing. I was hesitating whether or not to follow him, but I was stopped by the three of you. I thought that the three of you were following Fan Yuqing. Lu Ping's words immediately shocked the three of them. Lei Jian was about to open his mouth to ask, but he was patted by Dian Jian, who was beside him. Yin Jian asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, did you see it clearly? Lu Ping told the three of them what had happened just now. When he mentioned that there was a green-robed swordsman following behind Fan Yuqing, the three of them sighed in relief. Seeing the puzzled look on Lu Ping's face, Lightning Sword explained, It should be Fan Yuqing without a doubt. However, that green-robed swordsman is our fourth senior brother, Storm Swordsman Xiahou Wushang. A few days ago, I heard that the two of them were at loggerheads again. After that there was no news of them. I didn't expect that Fan Yuqing would actually dare to enter Tianxian Ancient City. This time, he won't be able to return. However, Yun Jian smiled at Lu Ping and said, I've long heard that Brother Lu has made a big name for yourself in the Western Wilderness. Even top core forging experts like Xie Tianyang of the Xiang Palace, Li Tong of the Koi clan, and Ma Chenxi of the Tenma people couldn't handle you. You even teamed up with Xiao's divine sword Xie Tianyang and spirit beast tamer Sex Empyrean Wayfarer Sang Yu to fight against the fourth elder of the Tenma people, Ma Li, who is at the mid-Dharma stage. The three of us brothers didn't believe it at first, but we didn't expect that Brother Lu would really dare to follow Fan Yuqing and the others who have already entered the Dharma stage. We can't wait any longer. Lu Ping hurriedly waved his hand and said, Brother Yun Jian, you flatter me. I just happened to find Fan Yuqing. If it wasn't for the fact that this is Tianxian Ancient City, I don't think he would dare to be so presumptuous in Tianxian Ancient City, even if he found out. I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to follow him. At this moment Lei Jian grumbled, Fourth senior brother is really something. Since he knew that Fan Yuqing was in Tianxian Ancient City, why didn't he tell us about it? Lei Jian finally calmed down and said, Fourth senior brother has always been arrogant, and the two of them are sworn enemies. That year, Fan Yuqing advanced to the Transcendence stage before him, and almost killed fourth senior brother. After that, fourth senior brother advanced to the Transcendence stage, and the two of them fought many times, but neither of them could defeat the other. Although fourth senior brother didn't say it out loud, he was still brooding over it. He must want to settle it himself by following Fan Yuqing. If we were to interfere, it might backfire. Yin Jian nodded and said, Second brother is right. It's just that it's the eve of the Pure Yang Conclave, held by Master Granduncle 7 Fan. Fan Yuqing's purpose of appearing in Tianxian Ancient City, at this critical juncture, is definitely not simple. We better inform the sect. After Lu Ping revealed the news to the rushing Thunder Three Swords, he didn't interrupt anymore. After all, this was Tianxian sect's own matter. His purpose of revealing this news in exchange for a favor was already achieved. If he was too enthusiastic, it would instead arouse suspicion. After Yin Jian finished speaking, he smiled apologetically at Lu Ping and said, "Brother Lu, please wait for a moment. I'll pass on a magic sword to the sect." In the secret chamber of the Tianxian Mirror Grotto Heaven, 7 Fan Laozu didn't directly answer Qing Li Laozu's question. Instead, he asked quietly, "Junior brother Qing Li, do you know how many large sects with more than 20,000 years of history are left in the cultivation world?" Qing Li Laozu didn't expect 7 Fan Laozu to ask such a question. After pondering for a moment, he answered with uncertainty, "There are a few sects with more than 20,000 years of history. However, only our sect, the West Wilderness Palace, the Spirit Beast sect, the Yuan clan, the Heavenly Moon sect, and the Nanhua clan have been able to maintain their status as large sections. The rest have experienced ups and downs. However, it seems that there are a few large sects in the East Ocean and the South Ocean that have deep connections with the Middle Earth. It's just that they can no longer be considered as sects in the Middle Earth." Qing Li Laozu had also guessed something at this moment. 7 Fan Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. How can a sect with a legacy of more than 10,000 years not produce 1 or 2 outstanding cultivators? Many sects even produce true spirit Tao lords. However, why have none of these sects achieved the status of the 5 sacred lands?" Sanxiang Laozu hesitated and asked, "Could it be that the 5 sacred lands are behind this?" 7 Fan Laozu sighed and said, "Of course they are. If it were us, we would also not want another sacred land to appear in the central region to compete with us. After all, the world of cultivation is only so big. The emergence of a huge force will definitely divide the vested interests of the 5 sacred lands in the central region. This can be regarded as the direct reason why Failing Sect, Yingtian Sect, and many other large sects have not become sacred lands in the past 20,000 years. They have been suppressed, weakened, relocated, and annihilated. The mastermind behind all of this is none other than the 5 sacred lands. They don't even need to do anything themselves. There are a bunch of thugs and sects under their control to carry out these things. Just like what junior brother Qing Li mentioned just now, including our sect. If it weren't for the special circumstances, how could the 6 sacred lands stand firm for 20,000 years?" Dong Lu Laozu sighed in a low voice and said, "The old man understands now. The Spirit Beast sect has always had a small population. The West Desert Palace and Nanhua sect have always been a barrier against the Demon clan in the West Desert and the Endless Mountains in the south. The Heavenly Moon sect has not hesitated to attack the Crystal Palace for thousands of years. The Yuan family has been the vanguard of many previous calamities. Our sect has also been distracted by the Taishan sect for many years, but senior brother has never allowed us to completely suppress them. It turns out that these are the main reasons why the 5 sacred lands have always tolerated these 6 sects in the central region." 7 Fan Laozu shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, this balance is very likely to be broken when the old man advances into the pure Yang realm. Although the old man gave up the 10,000 miles of territory of our sect in exchange for 5 portions of Thunder Tribulation water, which could be said to be weakening his own foundation, hoping to dispel the 5 sacred lands' suspicions. Now it seems that the old man is just wishful thinking. Then what should we do? The 5 sacred lands have gone too far. Are we going to repeat the mistakes of the Yingtian sect in the past?" 7 Fan Laozu was suddenly surrounded by a spiritual fog. When the fog dissipated, 7 spiritual fans appeared around him. There were folding fans, cattail leaf fans, round fans, and feather fans. They were all different, but when each fan appeared, it brought with it a yang aura in the secret chamber. These 7 spiritual fans were the 7 Fan Laozu's treasures, and it was also the origin of the 7 Fan Laozu's name. The 4 Fan Laozu were already very familiar with this aura. Even Lu Ping, who was present, could quickly detect that this aura was the pure yang qi that had once almost killed Lu Ping. The 4 Fan Laozu were all Dharma adepts who had gone through 2 thunder tribulations, so they were naturally familiar with the pure yang qi. The forefather of Qing Li sensed the aura of the 7 spiritual fans, and a sliver of joy appeared on his face. He said, "Senior brother, these 7 spiritual fans are full of aura right now. As long as we obtain 5 portions of tribulation lightning water from the 5 holy lands, and 2 portions of tribulation lightning water that our sect has accumulated over the years, we will have 7 portions of tribulation lightning water to cleanse your 7 spiritual fans. Senior brother, if you nourish them for a few decades, you will be able to go through the 2nd tribulation lightning and become a 2nd tribulation spirit treasure. At that time, you will be able to use your pure yang dharma to control the 7 natal treasures into a formation. Even the flying sky forefather of the Ying Tian sect would not be able to catch up." The 7 fan Laozu still shook his head and said, "The old man's intention in asking for 5 portions of the thunder tribulation water was naturally to upgrade the 7 spiritual fans that had gone through 1 thunder tribulation. How could the 5 sacred lands not know how strong the old man would be with the help of the 2nd thunder tribulation water? Yet they still agreed to it. Why? Because they thought that the old man would not be able to pose a threat even after upgrading the spiritual fans. The 7 fan Laozu paused for a moment, and then said, "Moreover, the 5 sacred lands have always been sanctimonious. Although they would not break their promise, accidents are always too easy to happen. This time, in the mysterious Sky Ancient City, wasn't the news of exchanging the amethyst royal jelly for the thunder tribulation water a perfect excuse? Hee. The amethyst royal jelly is something that has been lost in the world of cultivation for 5 to 6,000 years. If the thunder tribulation water did not have other uses, the old man would also want to exchange it for the thunder tribulation water." Liannan Laozu looked startled and said, "What? Senior brother does not intend to use the thunder tribulation water to upgrade the 7 spiritual fans?" Chapter 824. 7 Laozu's natal magic treasures were the 7 spiritual fans. However, before 7 Laozu took charge of the Heavenly Arcana sect, only 3 of the spiritual fans were real natal magic treasures that he had been nurturing since he was in the blood condensation realm. These 3 spiritual fans also formed a tripartite formation, which made 7 Laozu a top-notch existence among cultivators of the same level. After 7 Laozu took charge of the Heavenly Arcana sect, he used the sect's secret technique to refine the 4 spiritual fans that were passed down by the sect's senior cultivators into his natal magic treasures. He then took the opportunity to help the 7 spiritual fans overcome their first lightning tribulation in one fell swoop, becoming 7 treasured spiritual treasure fans. At the same time, it also made 7 Laozu famous in the Central Plains. For hundreds of years, 7 Laozu never slacked in nurturing the 7 spiritual fans. Not long after he became a pure young cultivator, the 7 spiritual fans finally reached the brink of facing their second lightning tribulation. Just when 7 Laozu was ambitiously preparing to push the Heavenly Arcana sect to a higher level, 7 Laozu finally deduced some creepy things hidden behind the cultivation world through some secret channels, and what he had seen and heard in his thousands of years of life. This made him completely give up on his plan to push the Heavenly Arcana sect to a higher level. He even sacrificed his own foundation and gave up the thousands of miles of territory that the Heavenly Arcana sect controlled in the cultivation world on the plains. In response to Liannan Laozu's question, 7 Laozu smiled and said, "Originally, the old man didn't want you to know about these things. It's just to annoy you in vain. However, the old man also knows that after the news of the old man exchanging 5 portions of the lightning tribulation water with the old man's territory, everyone in the sect is probably very dissatisfied with the old man. They think that the old man is using the sect's foundation in exchange for the advancement of his personal strength. It's really benefiting himself at the expense of the sect." Liannan Laozu's face reddened as he said, "These are all disciples of my sect with shallow knowledge. They don't know that Senior has other intentions." In fact, it was not only the disciples of the Tianxian sect who were dissatisfied. Even Nan Laozu himself had complained that 7 Fans Laozu was too hasty. However, 7 Fans Laozu had a high prestige in the Tianxian sect. He was like a pillar of the sect. Although the disciples were dissatisfied, they did not dare to openly question Seven Fans Laozu's decision. Qingli Laozu's face lit up with joy. "Senior brother, are you not going to give up on this territory?" Seven Fans Laozu said solemnly, "No, this area of control must be vacated." Qingli Laozu said anxiously, "Then won't our sect suffer a double loss?" Seven Fans Laozu glanced at Qingli Laozu and said, "A tall tree attracts the wind. If we still want to maintain our status as a large sect, we have to show weakness in front of others." Donglu Laozu knew that this senior of his had always planned things out before taking action. After thinking for a while, he said, "Senior brother, do you have any other plans?" The other three Laozu also perked up. They looked at Seven Fans Laozu, but Seven Fans Laozu laughed and said, "Although these 5 portions of thunder punishment waters were brought by 5 Dharma adepts from the 5 holy lands in the name of celebrating the old man's Pure Yang Prayer Conference, there are bound to be unforeseen events along the way. It is not impossible for us to stop them or forcefully take them. It is just that if we do that, the 5 holy lands will be alerted, and they might even take action ahead of time. So we might as well let them be." Sanxiang Laozu thought of something and said, "If there is an accident, it will definitely happen in our sect's territory. The 5 holy lands can also use this as an excuse that our guards are not good enough. I am afraid that when that time comes, there will be disciples of our sect who do not know the truth and will participate. Should we inform them?" Seven Fans Laozu shook his head and said, "There is no need. If our disciples can obtain 1 or 2 portions of thunder punishment waters, wouldn't it be better?" At this time, Donglu Laozu said, "Since senior brother does not intend to upgrade the 7 spiritual fans, then what are you going to use the thunder punishment waters for? Could it be that senior brother can predict that the 5 holy lands will let us go after we show weakness?" Seven Fans Laozu laughed coldly and said, "The old man has never thought of relying on the pity of the 5 holy lands to maintain our sect's legacy. If we want to protect our sect's legacy, ultimately, we still have to rely on our own strength." Qingli Laozu said somewhat dispiritedly, "It is easier said than done. Now that our sect has weakened its own foundation, and senior brother has also stopped upgrading the natal spiritual treasures, I am afraid that in the next 500 years, our sect will go downhill. It will be good enough if we can maintain our status as a large sect." Qingli Laozu's words were what the other Laozu were thinking. The 5 holy lands were like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on them until they could not breathe. Seven Fans Laozu said, "Do you know why the 5 holy lands can stand until now after the 7th patriarch?" Seven Fans Laozu's words shocked the 4 great cultivators. The 5 holy lands, together with the overseas crystal palace, had always been the true legend of the cultivation world. The inheritance of the only 6 great sects in the cultivation world could be traced back to the time when the 7th patriarch opened the sky. There were also different opinions about the legends of the 6 sections. The fact that the 6 sects could stand until now naturally caused many cultivators to search for the reason. Seven Fans Laozu suddenly raised this question, but for a moment, none of the 4 Laozu could answer. In the past, these 4 could list a lot of reasons such as the most perfect inheritance, the legacy of the 7th patriarch opened the sky, the widest sphere of influence, rich cultivation resources, and so on. However, on second thought, none of these reasons seemed to be the decisive factor. In their opinion, if they worked hard enough and had enough luck, it was not impossible to achieve. The 4 looked at Seven Fans Laozu. Seven Fans Laozu said faintly, "The mysterious heavenly mirror is the first cave of our sect, and also the most important place of our sect. Do you know how many treasure prohibitions have been condensed in the mysterious heavenly mirror?" The 4 old men did not know why Seven Fans Laozu asked this, but Qingli Laozu still answered. The mysterious heavenly mirror lake cave has condensed 8 treasure prohibitions. It can be regarded as the top magic treasure of the cultivation world. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qingli Laozu's voice trailed off, Seven Fans Laozu chuckled and said, "Wrong. The mysterious heavenly mirror has condensed 9 treasure prohibitions. Now, as long as it survives the first thunder tribulation, it can become a spiritual treasure cave, a minor kiliocosm. What? Patriarch Qing Li was the first to cry out. That's impossible. In the cultivation world, aside from the 6 giant sects that have inherited the 9 grotto heavens from the time of the 7 ancestors of split heaven, there has been no other inheritance with the 9th grotto heavens. How could the Tianxian mirror condense the 9th grotto heavens? The 4 old men Laozi were also shocked. As the few who stood at the top of the cultivation world, they did not know how many times they had been shocked by their senior brother today. How many secrets did 7 fans Laozi have hidden in his heart? And why did he reveal them today? What was his plan? There is no more 9 treasures prohibitions? 7 fans Laozi sneered and said. Just like the rumor that there is only the 6 treasures prohibitions in the cultivation world. This is just a trick used by the 6 giant sects to deceive people and maintain their own status. Donglu Laozu, who had always been calm, could not help but say, Senior brother, is there really the 9 treasures prohibitions? Didn't they say that the 9 treasures prohibitions were lost long ago? Only during the era of the 7th patriarch, there was a powerful person who condensed a top-grade heavenly abode with the help of the 7th patriarch. After the era of the 7th patriarch, there was no more 9 treasures prohibitions in the cultivation world. If the mysterious heavenly mirror has condensed the 9 treasures prohibitions, why did we not notice it? Senior brother, where did you get the prohibitions? Isn't the minor kiliocosm just a legend passed down by the 7th patriarch? Is there really a minor kiliocosm in the cultivation world? Although 7 fans Laozu's words greatly shocked the 4 Laozu brothers, they were more happy. After all, the mysterious heavenly mirror could be upgraded to a top-grade heavenly abode, so the mysterious heavenly sect could be on par with the 6 giant sects in one aspect. 7 fans Laozu sighed and said, the reason why the 6 giant sects can stand for 30,000 years without falling is not only because they have the top-grade heavenly abode inherited from the era of the 7th patriarch, but because they are not heavenly abode, but minor kiliocosm. A minor kiliocosm that has survived the thunder tribulation. At this time, the 3 auspicious Laozu thought of something and gasped. Senior brother, are you planning to use the thunder tribulation water to nourish the mysterious heavenly mirror, so that it can survive the thunder tribulation and become a minor kiliocosm? 7 fans Laozu nodded. Seeing the 4 Laozu brothers' incredulous and strange expressions, he continued. Don't think that some secret realms that exist in space cracks are minor kiliocosm. Those are at best some broken spaces. The real minor kiliocosm is far from what you can imagine. The 6 giant sects have their own minor kiliocosm, which is why they can stand for tens of thousands of years without falling. 7 fans Laozu saw that the 4 Laozu brothers were still immersed in his words, so he said, Come with me. I will show you a few things, which are also the future of our sect. Although it is also a risk, there is still a chance of survival. The secret chamber had become empty at some point, leaving only the spirit vein essence milk that had gradually calmed down. The mud from before had also gradually settled down. A flashing talisman gradually floated up from the bottom of the spirit vein essence, milk like a fish swimming in the water. It seemed to be a sound transmission talisman. However, the secret chamber that was always guarded by a great cultivator, Laozu, was empty this time. In the mysterious heavenly city, after Yin Jian sent out the talisman, he smiled at Lu Ping and said, Brother Lu, if there is anything you need us 3 brothers to help you with this trip to the mysterious heavenly city, please let us know. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping was delighted and said, I really have something to trouble the 3 of you with. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, To be honest, I think you all know that I come from the North Sea. The North Sea has always been barren, especially for spiritual objects. The mysterious heavenly city is a famous ancient city in the central region, and has always been a gathering place for spiritual treasures. Now that the 7 fans Laozu Pure Yang Dharma Assembly is around the corner, I think there will be even more treasures. This time, I came to find some channels to exchange for some spiritual objects, and bring them back to the North Sea. The three of you could have asked for help from your respective masters and martial brothers. Why did you choose me? After all, I'm just an outsider. Lei Jian smiled meaningfully and said, Brother Lu is also from a big sect in the North Sea. Even though some things are not bad, they can't be exposed to the public. I believe Brother Lu knows this. Although Lu Ping did not know that the 7 Fan Laozu had only exchanged 5 portions of lightning tribulation liquid from the 5 holy lands at the cost of thousands of miles of territory, which caused many people in the mysterious sky sect to be dissatisfied, and many hot-blooded disciples secretly colluded to kill the 7 Fan Laozu's emissaries from the 5 holy lands to snatch the lightning tribulation liquid from them. However, from Lei Jian's words, he could roughly guess the nature of the matter. When he thought up to here, Lu Ping pretended to hesitate for a moment before he said, Since there's news about the lightning tribulation elixir, then I have to fight for it no matter what. However, I wonder if the three of you have any way to accomplish the matter I spoke of earlier? Hearing Lu Ping's agreement, the 3 rushing thunder swords were overjoyed. They had seen Lu Ping's strength with their own eyes. If they could get such a strong support, they would be more confident in their secret plans. Lei Jian patted his chest and said, Brother Lu, don't worry. In 7 days, there will be a secret spiritual item trade fair in the mysterious Sky Ancient City. It's hosted by our sect's owner to provide an opportunity for the various forces to exchange their needs for the 7 Fan Laozu's Pure Young Dharma Assembly. When the time comes, we will ask for an invitation for Brother Lu. Lu Ping was overjoyed. A trade fair hosted by a sect like the mysterious Sky sect was naturally of a high level. The Central Plains had always been the wealthiest in the world. This time, it was a trade fair specifically for spiritual items. It was believed that the spiritual items that would appear would be of a higher quality than the Fantasy Spirit City auction in the Eastern Sea that Lu Ping had once participated in. However, this was not Lu Ping's first day in the cultivation world. Naturally, he would not get involved just because of a few vague promises from the 3 rushing thunder swords. Straightening his expression, he said, If that's the case, can the 3 of you tell me the details of your plan? After all, the lightning tribulation liquid is too sensitive. I don't think it will be that easy to get our hands on it. That's right. Lei Jian was about to tell Lu Ping the reason for the matter when Yun Jian, who was beside him, said, There are too many people here. Let's find a quiet place to tell Brother Lu the details. The mysterious Sky Mountain was next to the mountain and next to the sea. At this moment, on the sea tens of thousands of miles away from the mysterious Sky Mountain, a huge treasure ship was quickly moving northwest of the mysterious Sky Mountain. At this moment, on the deck of the treasure ship, a tall and well-proportioned cultivator, who looked young but had a rather calm demeanor, was standing at the front of the treasure ship, gazing into the distance in the direction that the treasure ship was sailing in. The treasure ship rode the wind and cut through the waves, stirring up towering waves that hit the cultivator. However, before the waves could reach a meter in front of the cultivator, they were smashed away as if they had encountered an invisible wall. Many of the waves stuck to the invisible wall and slowly flowed down, revealing the invisible wall's outline. Hehe, Junior Brother Zhang. You seem to be looking forward to this trip to the Central Plains? A chuckle came from behind the cultivator. The cultivator slowly turned around. If Lu Ping was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this Junior Brother Zhang as Zhang Shiji, the disciple of the Crystal Palace who was beaten up by Lu Ping's flying sword on Tianling Mountain, before he could even see Lu Ping's figure. Decades had passed, and the current Zhang Shiji had already condensed his gold core, reaching the peak of the core forging realm. Zhang Shiji turned around and saw a young man in white slowly walking toward him. Greetings, Senior Brother Huang. Since we are no longer in the sect, why are you so polite, Junior Brother Zhang? Junior Brother Zhang has always been cultivating diligently, and you are afraid to avoid welcoming and sending people off. This time, why did you recommend yourself and accompany Martial Granduncle Yuan Guang to the Central Plains? There was a trace of surprise in Senior Brother Huang's eyes, as if he was quite surprised by Zhang Shiji's visit to the Central Plains. However, after boarding the treasure ship, Zhang Shiji had been hiding in the cabin and cultivating diligently. Although senior brother Huang wanted to ask, he did not have the chance. This time, seeing Zhang Shiji standing at the bow of the ship, he naturally had to ask. Zhang Shiji did not directly answer senior brother Huang's question. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "Senior brother, did the palace really send Martial Granduncle Yuan Guang to the Tianxian sect to celebrate the Seven Fans Laozu Pyongyang Assembly?" Senior brother Huang was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Shiji to not answer his question, and changed the topic to ask something else. He could not help but feel a little unhappy. However, he knew that although the junior brother in front of him was not outstanding among the lineal disciples of the Crystal Palace, he was not even a lineal disciple of the Crystal Palace decades ago. However, after returning from the North Sea decades ago, it was said that he was defeated by a disciple of the same rank from a sect in the North Sea. After that, he seemed to be a different person, and fell into crazy cultivation for decades. Relying on his perseverance, his cultivation progress was not lower than that of the lineal disciples. Moreover, he had a solid foundation and strong strength. Finally, he was favored by the high-ranking practitioners of the Crystal Palace, and became one of the lineal disciples of the Crystal Palace. Senior apprentice brother Huang had accompanied ancestor Yuan Guang to the Central Plains this time. Seeing that Zhang Shiji had also come along, he had originally intended to rope Zhang Shiji in. Although he was somewhat displeased, he still smiled and said, "Of course I have other plans. Otherwise, it's not like the Central Plains has never had a Pyongyang conclave before. When has our Crystal Palace ever given them such face? Not even the 5 sacred lands." Senior brother Huang's words revealed a sense of pride. The Crystal Palace was located in the Eastern Sea region, the only major sect in the Outer Sea region, possessing a transcendent status. This sense of pride was something that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, bestowed upon the cultivators under the Crystal Palace. "Oh, what's your plan?" Zhang Shiji's indifferent expression made senior brother Huang feel that he had punched the air. But he still smiled peacefully and said patiently, "I'm afraid only Grand Uncle Yuan Guang knows the details. I just heard that it seems to be related to the Thunder Tribulation water. It seems that the Seven Fan Laozu's natal spiritual treasure is facing the Thunder Tribulation again, and he wants to wash it with a large amount of Thunder Tribulation water to increase the probability of passing the Thunder Tribulation." The Crystal Palace had been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and had tens of thousands of disciples. All kinds of inheritances were all-inclusive, so the relationships in the sect were naturally very complicated. There were a total of 24 direct disciples of the 3rd generation of the Crystal Palace, and they were divided into several factions. Each faction fought with each other openly and covertly, and this senior brother Huang was one of the best of them all. He had already advanced to the Dharma stage long ago, and he was surrounded by a group of 3rd generation disciples. He had quite the say among the 3rd generation disciples. Zhang Shiji was an anomaly amongst the 3rd generation disciples of the Water Crystal Palace. He possessed extremely great strength, yet because of his hard work and cultivation, he had always remained uninvolved in the struggles of the 3rd generation disciples. Senior apprentice brother Huang would naturally not let go of this chance to pull Zhang Shiji into his camp this time. "Oh, in that case, the Tianxian sect will have to pay a big price." Zhang Shiji didn't seem to see through senior brother Huang's intention, and said casually, "It's just that although the Thunder Tribulation water is precious, it seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill for Grand Uncle Yuan Guang to cross the stormy ocean and travel thousands of miles to the central region." Senior brother Huang was surprised that this junior brother, who only knew how to practice painstakingly, could see it so clearly. Then, his intention of pulling Zhang Shiji to his side must have been seen through long ago, so his previous behavior seemed to be pretentious. Senior brother Huang was no longer reserved and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you have a good eye. Although I don't know the purpose of this trip to the central region, from the words of Grand Uncle Yuan Guang and Martial Uncle Kunshin, it seems that the opportunity for our sect to enter the central region has come. Chapter 826. In an inconspicuous place in the depths of the mysterious heavenly mirror lake, Qingli Laozu watched as Qi Laozu took out a bronze mirror that had been pressed under a rock and handed it to Donglu Laozu behind him. After a while, the bronze mirror was transferred to Qingli Laozu's hands. Qingli Laozu carefully examined the interior of the bronze mirror. His eyes flickered with an unknown color, and he could no longer suppress his excitement. He looked up at Qi Laozu and said, "It really is the 9th restriction. The mysterious heavenly mirror has really reached the peak of spirit-nurturing treasures. Senior brother, where did you get this restriction? How did you avoid our detection and make the mysterious heavenly mirror reveal 8 restrictions?" Qi Laozu took the bronze mirror from Qingli Laozu's hands and smiled mysteriously. "The Crystal Palace." Donglu Laozu was startled at first. Then he came to a sudden realization and said, "Senior brother, did you already know that the 5 holy lands would not easily hand over the tribulation lightning water to our sect? The tribulation lightning water, needed to improve the quality of the mysterious heavenly mirror, is probably more than the 7 spiritual fans. Senior brother must have received the promise of the tribulation lightning water from the Crystal Palace." Qi Laozu snapped his fingers and praised Donglu Laozu. "Old Six is as wise as ever." Donglu Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "The entire sect was kept in the dark by you. Who is the wise one?" However, old ancestor Lian Nan's expression was rather solemn as he said, "Then senior brother, what did you pay for Water Crystal Palace to pay such a great price? The 9th forbidden abode has been treasured by the 6 major sects for tens of thousands of years. From this it can be seen how precious it is. How could Water Crystal Palace easily hand it over to senior brother?" The 4 Laozu looked at 7 Laozu again. This was also what everyone was worried about. This time, 7th Fan Laozu's smile was a bit forced. Seeing that all 4 Laozus were looking at him, he then said, "Heavenly Moon Sect." No one was surprised this time. Qingli Laozu showed an expression of "I knew it" and said, "The Crystal Palace will infiltrate its forces into the central mainland after all. But this time, will we be suspected of leading a wolf into our house by introducing the Crystal Palace's forces into the central mainland? Will we become the target of all sects in the central mainland again? Why has the Crystal Palace been pursuing to gain a foothold in the middle mainland for thousands of years? Inviting a wolf into the house?" 7 Fan Laozu sneered and said, "Our sect is about to be forced by the 5 holy lands from the cultivation world on the plains to the sea. Who knows, we might even become an overseas sect in the future. How can this be considered as inviting a wolf into the house?" Lian Nan Laozu was stunned and said, "Are we going to hide overseas as well? Not hide overseas, but expand our sect's forces in the central mainland overseas." 7 Fan Laozu explained, "A few days ago, Junior Hexiang and Marshal Nephew Wenlai sent news from the sea. They have found more than 10 gathering places of water azura, wind azura, and ice azura not far from the storm ocean. These gathering places are on some small and medium-sized islands, and the largest gathering place has more than 10,000 azuras. Among them, there are many blood demons and blood azuras. Didn't Junior Hexiang and Marshal Nephew Wenlai cultivate in seclusion 10 years ago, and have not come out since then? When did they go to the sea?" Donglu Laozu looked at 7 Laozu who was smiling silently and said, "Third senior brother, did you already plan this? More than 10,000 azuras?" Qingli Laozu's mind was not on this. When he heard that such a huge azura force had suddenly appeared on the sea, not only did he not show the slightest worry, but he said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean that there is at least a large spirit vein in this gathering place? And there may even be spirit stone mines and other associated mineral veins? It is an area equivalent to 2 spirit veins. And according to Marshal Nephew Wenlai's investigation, there may be spirit stone mines there. Unfortunately, there are too many Mara on the island, and one of them is a blood Mara whose strength is not inferior to the 2 of them. So, the specific situation will only be known after we recover the deserted islands in the sea." 7 Laozu tucked the bronze mirror under his armpit and waved at the 4 Laozu, indicating for them to follow him. Then he said, "This time, We retreated 10,000 miles from the central plains to make the 5 great sects lower their guard. We have not been able to free up our hands and focus on attacking these islands in the sea. 7 Laozu paused for a moment, then continued. After every great calamity, the 5 sacred grounds' control over the cultivation world is at its weakest. So before every great calamity, the 5 sacred grounds' control over the cultivation world is even stricter, and their actions are even more unscrupulous. This is to kill all sects that have the possibility of rising during the great calamity. Unfortunately, in the past 30,000 years, the 5 sacred grounds tricks have always been successful. Our sect is also taking a gamble this time, but we won't be like Tian sect and Fei Ling sect, who won't be able to take care of themselves and fight against the large sects head-on when the disaster arrives. Instead, we will show our weakness and endure the humiliation. We will let the 5 great sects see that we are adapting to the situation and understand that we are defending what we have and not advancing. Only then will we be able to minimize the impact that our sect might receive in this disaster. And this time, it seems that the heavens are blessing our Tianxian sect. This is a rare opportunity. Who would have thought that the water azura and ice azura, who have always wreaked havoc in the overseas cultivation world outside the stormy ocean, would gather in the inner sea of the stormy ocean on a large scale. The place where Mara gathers means that there are abundant cultivation resources. This is the foundation of our sect's rise. 7 Laozu walked to a rocky area in the grotto heaven, then turned around and said, "The old man has said enough this time, and I believe that all of you have understood quite a bit. After you go down, restrain your disciples and make preparations. The old man wants to find a hidden place in the rocky area to hide the main body of the Tianxian mirror." The cultivation world of the plains was vast. As a large sect that was second only to the 5 great holy lands in the central plains, Tianxian sect's sphere of influence occupied more than 1/3 of the entire cultivation world of the plains. Furthermore, the land that Tianxian sect occupied was the most fertile land in the entire cultivation world of the plains. Another large sect in the cultivation world of the plains, Tianxian sect, occupied 1/4 of the land. The rest of the land was controlled by other large and small sects in the cultivation world of the plains, as well as various forces, groups, and rogue cultivators. Lu Ping followed the 3 rushing thunder swords and flew all the way to a mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles away from Mount Tianxian. The 4 of them landed in a dense forest behind a mountain peak, and the cloud sword shot out 9 array flags in a row. A faint mist gradually rose up and shrouded the 4 of them along with the surrounding forest. From afar, it looked as if they were in a fairyland surrounded by clouds and the sea. The 4 of them sat cross-legged on the ground. The 3 rolling thunder swords each swallowed a spirit pill to recover the Zhen Yuan they had consumed during the long-distance flight, while Lu Ping placed a spirit-gathering hassock beneath him. The psychic jade pendant on his waist flickered. The illusory formation laid down by Yun Jian also had the effect of gathering spirit energy. As the psychic jade pendant on Lu Ping's waist flickered, more than half of the spirit energy, gathered in the illusory formation, began to gather around Lu Ping. The 3 rolling thunder swords were wondering why Lu Ping did not swallow a spirit pill to recover his Zhen Yuan during such a long-distance flight. But when they saw the treasures on Lu Ping's body and the surrounding spirit qi gathering around his body, it was no wonder that Lu Ping did not need to swallow a spirit pill and could absorb enough spirit energy to recover just by circulating the technique. In fact, what the 3 of them did not know was that in the space of Lu Ping's heart, there was a huge wine cauldron of spirit treasure grade. The density of the spirit energy that was constantly being emitted from the wine cauldron was no less than that of 3 or 4 miniature spirit veins. Compared to this, the amount of spirit energy absorbed by the spirit-gathering treasures on Lu Ping's body was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The only thing that the 3 of them did not expect was that the amount of Zhen Yuan in Lu Ping's body was far greater than what a normal person could imagine. The amount of Zhen Yuan that had been consumed by Lu Ping during the tens of thousands of miles flight was really negligible. Coupled with the fact that he had refined 2 portions of the Thousand Wonder Dew, the recovery rate of his Zhen Yuan was far beyond what the 3 of them could imagine. As such, Lu Ping only needed a very short period of time to completely recover his Zhen Yuan. The 3 rolling thunder swords muttered to themselves as they watched. Lu Ping's divine will spread out in all directions, and everything within a 10-mile radius was displayed in Lu Ping's divine will. Now Lu Ping's divine will had already far surpassed that of a normal early Dharma adept, and he was already approaching the level of a mid-Dharma adept. The only difference was that he was still far from a Dharma adept's level of divine will. By the time the 3 of them had rested, another 4 hours had passed. Seeing that the 3 of them had woken up, Lu Ping opened his mouth and said, "Have the 3 of you thought this through? If you do this, you won't be afraid of being questioned by the elders of the sect in the future. Furthermore, since your sect's 7th Fan Laozu has decided to give up tens of thousands of miles of territory in exchange for the 5 Holy Lands Thunder Tribulation water, even though it seems absurd, there might be a deeper meaning behind it. If we were to disrupt the arrangements of the elders of your sect, even if we were to die 100 times, we would not be able to redeem ourselves." The lightning sword's face was full of determination as he said, "Rest assured, Brother Lu. We understand the intentions of the elders of our sect, but we are just not willing to compromise. Our Tianxian sect has been around for close to 20,000 years, and we naturally have our own reasons for doing so. As a disciple of the Tianxian sect, there are some things that we do even though we know we cannot do. This is all for the sake of our integrity. If this can serve as a warning to the disciples of our sect, then even if we are to be oppressed in the future, we will still be able to get back at them one day. Otherwise, if we continue to concede, the Tianxian sect may be able to maintain its tradition, but it will become a small and weak sect. That would be no different from having its heritage wiped out." Lu Ping could not help but admire the lightning sword as he listened to the lightning sword's impassioned speech. He wondered if Jinling would have the same kind of generosity in the future if he were to encounter such a crisis. No matter how he thought about it, Lu Ping could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. If there were other ways to deal with the crisis, Lu Ping would be able to do it as well. However, this method of taking the direct path, rather than the indirect path, was something that Lu Ping found hard to accept, especially when his own side had shown weakness. The forest that Lu Ping was in was actually already at the border of the Tianxian sect's territory. The Tianxian sect had shrunk their territory by 10,000 miles. Otherwise, the Tianxian sect would not have given up on this mountain range that was said to be rich in resources in the world of practitioners. Right at this moment, Lu Ping's expression changed. He turned around and asked in a low voice, "This time, who will deal with the Dharma adepts of the Wuxia school?" Chapter 827. Lei Jian and the other 2 did not know why Lu Ping would ask such a question, but Lei Jian still answered, "Brother Lu, this matter is not within the conditions that we agreed to. We will never admit to this ambush after this, so it's better that you don't know. Moreover, according to the news, the messenger from Wuxia school will only arrive after a day. Brother Lu, please be patient." Unexpectedly, Lu Ping did not listen to Lei Jian's words at all. He continued to ask in a low voice, "Who is it? Could it be the storm swordsman, Xiahou Wushang?" Lei Jian's face turned ugly when he heard Lu Ping's repeated questions. It was Yun Jian who knew that Lu Ping was not such a reckless person. He quickly asked, "Brother Lu, how did you know it was 4th senior brother?" However, the person who ambushed the messenger from Wuxia school with us this time was not 4th senior brother. Lu Ping's face turned ugly and he sighed. "I'm afraid it's not going to be as you wish this time. The storm swordsman is currently facing off with Fan Yuqing more than 10 miles away." "What? Brother Lu can sense the situation more than 10 miles away?" Thunder Sword and Lightning Sword were both taken aback as they looked at Lu Ping in disbelief. "Brother Lu, are you really at the 9th level of the core forging realm?" Yun Jian had already guessed something when Lu Ping asked. After all, Lu Ping was not such a reckless person. However, after hearing what Lu Ping had said, he could only laugh helplessly. Just as Yun Jian finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion more than 10 miles away. Immediately after, a strong wave of spiritual energy came from the source of the explosion. Although the illusion array that Yun Jian had set up was more than 10 miles away from the battle, the increasingly strong spiritual energy storm swept over, causing the fog formed by the illusion array to become thinner and thinner. It seemed that the array would not be able to hold for much longer. Lu Ping's expression grew more and more serious as he used his divine will to sense the battle that had erupted more than 10 miles away. Waves of shock surged in his heart. This was a true battle between Dharma adepts. That wind and cloud swordsman and Fan Yuqing were indeed the cream of the crop among the third generation of disciples in the Central Plains. They were both early Dharma adepts. Even though Lu Ping had fought against Dharma adepts many times before, if Lu Ping were to really go up against one of the two, he knew that he would have no chance of winning. However, if Lu Ping were to escape, the other party would not be able to keep him. Of course, it also depended on luck. If he was unlucky, even if Lu Ping could escape from the enemy, he would still be injured. Although Lu Ping had previously exchanged a blow with Fan Yuqing in the Yingyu swamp, it was obvious that Fan Yuqing had not used his full strength at that time. Furthermore, in the past few years, Fan Yuqing's abilities must have improved significantly. Oh no! If the two of them fight, the envoy from Wuxia school will not leave through here. Won't the ambush that we have set up here be of no use? Lei Jian said anxiously. This is a good opportunity. Let's work together to help fourth senior brother kill Fan Yuqing first. This way, even if we are unable to kill the envoy from Wuxia school, this trip will not be in vain. Lei Jian's opinion was the exact opposite of Lei Jian's. Fan Yuqing is not that easy to kill. If he can't win, he can escape. Even if we work together with fourth senior brother to defeat him, it will be impossible for us to kill him. Lei Jian wanted to say something more, but Yun Jian raised his hand to stop the two of them from arguing. He said, "Stop arguing. This fight between the two of them will not stop anytime soon. Let's wait here first. If I am not wrong, third senior brother will be here soon. When that time comes, third senior brother will join forces with fourth senior brother to launch a pincer attack. We will stand guard outside and prevent Fan Yuqing from escaping. This matter will most likely succeed." Haha, second brother. You have forgotten about the message charm that I sent out earlier. The three of us are now the patrolmen of the sect, and we have the Mirror Lake charm that can directly send messages to the Tianxian Mirror Lake. I am afraid that by now, our sect's Laozu already knows about Fan Yuqing. Is he afraid that our sect will not be able to deal with him? Yin Jian chuckled and said unhurriedly. Lei Jian also laughed and said, I have forgotten about this. Perhaps our sect's Laozu is rushing over now. If that is the case, all the more we cannot show ourselves now, in case we alarm Fan Yuqing and escape. It is a pity that this place is more than 10 miles away from the battle between fourth senior brother and Fan Yuqing. We will not be able to watch a peak battle. I have not seen fourth senior brother in action for a long time, and I wonder what level his strength has reached. In just a few words, the three rushing thunder swords were relieved. However, Lu Ping, who was standing to one side, was even more worried. Why would Fan Yuqing choose this place to fight Xiahou Wushang? Was it a coincidence, or was it premeditated? If it was a coincidence, then it would be fine. However, if it was premeditated, then Fan Yuqing would definitely have someone behind him to support him. Then when the support from both sides met, it would definitely be another large-scale battle. Moreover, it would be a large-scale battle between Dharma adepts. If he was involved, it would be difficult for him to escape. Lu Ping looked at the excited expressions of the three rushing thunder swords around him. No matter what, he could not bring himself to withdraw now. Lu Ping could only secretly hope that what he had guessed would not happen. As if to confirm Lu Ping's guess, a long whistle sounded, and the three rushing thunder swords saw a beam of light cut through the sky from afar, leaving a long, unextinguished beam of light in the sky. The beam of light had already rushed into the battle between the two sides. A magnificent beam of sword chi seemed to have been easily suppressed, and it struggled to stand upright again. Unfortunately, before the beam of light that had just raised its head could display its elegance, It was once again suppressed by the beam of light falling from the sky and the golden cloud that was already in confrontation with the sword chi. Who is it? The original confidence of the three rushing thunder swords froze on their faces. Although their divine will could not penetrate the battlefield tens of miles away like Lu Ping could, and they could not see the beam of light that represented Xiahou Wushang being suppressed by the newcomer and Fan Yuqing. From the direction of the beam of light, the three of them could guess that the newcomer was an enemy, and not a friend. Why is third brother not here yet? Although this is done by us third-generation disciples, without the permission of the elders in the sect, we would not dare to kill the messenger from the Holy Land. Even if we did, we would not be able to deal with the aftermath. Third brother must have the support of the second-generation Laozu, or even the first-generation Laozu, before he would come. Don't worry. As long as third brother comes, then he will definitely follow the elders of the sect, and it will at least be two mid-dharma Laozu. Although Fan Yuqing's death had nothing to do with Lu Ping, the battlefield was too close to where they were hiding. The three rushing thunder swords could not detect the situation tens of miles away, but it did not mean that Fan Yuqing and the others would not be able to detect them. The other party had deliberately planned to kill Xiahou Wushang, and after the deed was done, they would definitely carefully investigate the surroundings of the battlefield and kill anyone who might be in the know. Then who exactly is supporting your plan from behind the scenes? Lu Ping could not help but ask. The Thunder Sword and the Lightning Sword both looked at Yun Jian, who was silent for a while until there was another shocking explosion from afar, directly dispersing half of the fog that was shrouding the illusory formation. Only then did he say, "It's the first elder of the sect, Qingli Laozu." Lu Ping's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the battle. Xiahou Wushang is retreating. The three rushing thunder swords perked up and looked into the distance. Although they could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly, the three of them still hoped that Xiahou Wushang would retreat as soon as possible. However, Lu Ping still felt that something was wrong. Since the other party had set up this trap, there was no reason for them to let Xiahou Wushang retreat so easily. Indeed, a streak of light like a shooting star cut through the sky once again, and the sword light that had just broken free from the suppression of the two soaring halos was once again trapped in the halos. This time there were three halos. This time, even if the three rushing thunder swords could not see clearly, they knew that Xiahou Wushang was in danger. "Brother Lu, please lend us a hand." Yun Jian did not even think, as he turned to plead with Lu Ping. Although the three rushing thunder swords were confident that the three of them could fight against an early Dharma adept, they did not have much chance of winning against a top early Dharma adept like Fan Yuqing. At most, they would only be able to resist for a while. However, if they had Lu Ping's help, the result would be a different matter. The three rushing thunder swords clearly remembered that time in the Yingyu swamp. Lu Ping's sudden attack had caused Fan Yuqing to be very afraid, and thus allowed the three of them to escape from Fan Yuqing's pursuit. As long as the four of them worked together to fight against one person, the remaining two would at most be able to severely injure Xiahou Wushang. Lu Ping was still hesitating, but Yun Jian said, "Brother Lu, although the thunder punishment aqua is precious, I believe that our sect must have some in reserve. If we can save Brother Xiahou this time, our sect's Laozu will definitely not be stingy with a portion of the thunder punishment aqua." Lu Ping naturally knew that for a sect like the Tianxian sect that had existed for thousands of years, even if they went around asking for the thunder punishment aqua, it did not mean that the sect did not have any. Moreover, it was rumored that the Tianxian sect had no less than 20 Dharma adepts, and there were 4 late Dharma adepts. Lu Ping did not believe that none of these Laozu would be able to condense a few drops of the thunder punishment aqua when they went through the thunder punishment. Moreover, what Lu Ping was after was not just a few drops of the thunder punishment aqua. Although Xiahou Wushang was only a third-generation disciple of the Tianxian sect, his status in the sect must be extremely high. If he really owed Lu Ping a life-saving debt, it would not be easy to repay such a favor. Amidst the clanging sounds, the beautiful autumn water sword circled around Lu Ping. The 3 rushing thunder swords looked delighted, and Yun Jian immediately said, "There's no time to lose. The three of us will go first. Brother Lu, wait for an opportunity to act. 3 beams of light shot up into the sky, while Lu Ping retracted all his aura. The 5 elements cloak of cloud light was draped over his body, and he also turned into a faint cloud mist, blending into the gradually dissipating illusory matrix and dispersing with the wind. In the secret chamber of the Tianxian Mirror Lake, Qing Li Laozu's face was ashen as he looked at the 2 transmission talismans floating in the spiritual essence milk. With the power of his magical powers, he did not need to pick up the 2 talismans to know the contents of the talismans. The Crystal Palace's treasured ship had already reached the shore, but the place where it stopped was not in the dock that was within the Tianxian sect's sphere of influence. Instead, it was on a desolate coast tens of thousands of miles away from the Tianxian sect. A group of people from the Crystal Palace had changed their clothes and were disguised as envoys of the 7 Fan Laozu's Pure Yang Spell Assembly, heading towards the Tianxian mountain. Chapter 828. The 3 rushing thunder swords shot up into the air like 3 beams of light, startling everyone who was fighting more than 10 miles away. But soon, everyone in the battle group was able to distinguish between friend and foe. A beam of light flew up from the battle group and headed towards the 3 rushing thunder swords. It was Fan Yuqing, who was ranked 2nd among the 3rd disciples of the Taishan sect. Lu Ping was currently heading to the side of the 3 rushing thunder swords. His plan was to attack from the side when the opponent came to intercept the 3. However, Fan Yuqing's arrival still surprised Lu Ping. Lu Ping was suspicious. Who were the 2 people who came later? And why had Fan Yuqing been sent to intercept the 3 rushing thunder swords? Could it be that the 2 people's strength was higher than Fan Yuqing's? Lu Ping's divine consciousness infiltrated the battle group, but found that a sword light was trapped between 2 halos. No matter how the sword light flashed and moved, it could not break through the 2 halos. Lu Ping was secretly shocked, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He had originally thought that the Taishan sect was going to bow down to Fan Yuqing, but the 2 people who surrounded Xiahou Wushang were obviously not from the Taishan sect. For a moment, Lu Ping even had the urge to give up on the Thunder Tribulation Water and retreat. However, if he retreated at this time, it would be like sending the 3 rushing thunder swords into the tiger's mouth. He had seen the 3 rushing thunder swords fight with Fan Yuqing. Although the 3 rushing thunder swords were considered good among the core forging adepts, and the 3 of them could fight against early Dharma adepts, but compared to Fan Yuqing, who was at the top of the early Dharma adepts, there was still a considerable gap. Xiahou Wushang's originally cold face was now covered with frost. He had never thought that the always arrogant Fan Yuqing would actually set up a trap to join forces with others to surround and kill him. However, after seeing the identity of the 2 adepts who appeared to surround and attack him, Xiahou Wushang felt a little flattered. Wuxing School's Qin Wuliang, Jushuan Tower's Zhu Jiuwan. The direct disciples of the 2 holy lands had joined forces to besiege him, and Fan Yuqing had become a foil. Xiahou Wushang felt that he would have no regrets even if he died with such a tyrannical lineup against him. As a result, Xiahou Wushang became more and more courageous as he fought. Under the siege of 3 people, he had long since given up the illusion of breaking out of the encirclement. He wanted to unleash his full strength, moving forward bravely and facing death without retreating. This was Xiahou Wushang's understanding of a sword cultivator. However, this thought was shaken by the sudden appearance of the 3 rushing thunder swords. Although Xiahou Wushang was devoted to cultivation and rarely involved himself in the sect's affairs, it didn't mean that he didn't know some of the sect's secrets. Many hot-blooded cultivators in the sect were dissatisfied with 7 Fan Laozu's order to give up the heavenly profound sect's territory in the plain cultivation world. Many cultivators had secretly colluded to kill the envoys from the 5 holy lands, who were participating in the Pure Yang Assembly, in order to force the sect to retract its order. The 3 rushing thunder swords, 3rd senior brother, and the others were all active participants in this plan. Now that the 3 rushing thunder swords had suddenly appeared, Xiahou Wushang suddenly realized that this was the place where third senior brother and the others had ambushed the envoys from Wuxia school. But why had Fan Yuqing lured him here? Looking at Qin Wuliang, who had joined forces with Zhu Jiuwan to trap him, Xiahou Wuxiang immediately felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to his head. If third senior brother and the three swords had come to ambush Qin Wuliang, why had Qin Wuliang appeared before they had ambushed him? Moreover, why had he surrounded him with Zhu Jiuwan? Could it be that third senior brother and the others had already known about their plan? Otherwise, why would Zhu Jiuwan appear here? For a moment, Xiahou Wuxiang's mind was filled with disorderly questions. All kinds of worries came one after another, and the Wuxiang sword in his hand inevitably slowed a little, showing such a flaw at such a critical moment of life, and death was simply courting death. Even though it had only been for a moment, Xiahou Wuxiang knew that he was probably going to be miserable this time. However, this fleeting flaw did not seem to be noticed by the two geniuses from the Holy Lands. The two were still focused on consolidating the halo that had trapped him, as if they were deepening their tacit understanding with each other. Xiahou Wuxiang naturally knew that at their current level, it was impossible for the two to turn a blind eye to the flaw just now. So did the two deliberately let him go? Xiahou Wuxiang's heart sank, and an inexplicable idea jumped out of his mind. Fishing. They were fishing, waiting for more heavenly mystery sect cultivators to appear. Or it could be said that they had long known that more and more heavenly mystery sect cultivators would appear. Xiahou Wuxiang knew that this was not impossible, because at least now that the three rushing thunder swords had appeared, it was possible that third senior brother and second senior brother would soon follow. Could it be that the other party wanted to catch all the elites of the heavenly mystery sect's third-generation disciples in one fell swoop? Or did they get such courage from? However, the early appearance of Qin Wuliang from Wuxia school and the unexpected appearance of Zhu Jiuwan from Nine Profound Tower seemed to indicate that things were not as simple as he had imagined. If these two could appear, it was possible that the envoys from the other three holy lands were hiding nearby. Xiahou Wuxiang opened his mouth, wanting to tell the three rushing thunder swords to leave, but Qin Wuliang and Zhu Jiuwan seemed to have already predicted that he would do this. Qin Wuliang muttered something, and the jade hairpin on Zhu Jiuwan's head shone brightly. Xiahou Wuxiang's divine consciousness immediately sensed that two divine consciousnesses, whose cultivations were far above his own, were spreading along the halo of light that had surrounded him. Not only did they imprison his voice, but they also firmly blocked his divine consciousness within the halo. It was only then that Xiahou Wuxiang realized that although the two people in front of him had similar cultivations as him, their strength was slightly higher. No wonder the two of them had asked Fan Yuqing to block the three rushing thunder swords. It turned out that in their eyes, Fan Yuqing was the weakest link in their encirclement. Xiahou Wuxiang smiled bitterly. In the eyes of these Holy Land's direct disciples, the weakest link was actually an existence that was on par with them. Xiahou Wuxiang could also sense that Qin Wuliang and Zhu Jiuwan's strength should be similar to that of eldest senior brother and second senior brother. However, their status in Wuxia school and Nine Profound Tower was far less than that of eldest senior brother and second senior brother in the Heavenly Mystery Sect. This was the true Holy Lands. The Heavenly Mystery Sect had maintained its legacy for nearly 20,000 years. Many Heavenly Mystery Sect disciples, including Xiahou Wuxiang, were confident that they were not much weaker than these direct disciples of the Holy Lands. Now it seemed that he and the others were just frogs at the bottom of a well. It was no wonder that eldest senior brother and second senior brother, who had condensed a 9th-grade golden core and advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage, still trained hard day and night. There was no other reason, but because they truly understood the gap between themselves and the true top direct disciples of the Holy Lands. Just as Xiahou Wuxiang's morale was getting lower and lower, the battle between the three rushing thunder swords and Fan Yuqing finally stirred again. Although Lu Ping's divine consciousness had already sensed that Xiahou Wuxiang, who was trapped in the halo, seemed to be saying something urgently, Lu Ping had no way of knowing what he was saying. He waited over and over again and finally made his move. A milky white light appeared in the void and suddenly exploded when it shot in front of Fan Yuqing. Fan Yuqing, who was trying to dodge, was caught off guard. He immediately felt a strange force invading his body in an instant, cutting off the connection between his essential core and his blood. His whole body was left with nothing but stiffness. Although this feeling was resolved in an instant by the counterattack of the essential core in Fan Yuqing's body, Fan Yuqing knew that he had lost the upper hand. Moreover, the 3 rushing thunder swords that he had previously suppressed to the point of not having the slightest ability to fight back had also taken this opportunity to escape his control, giving him a chance to breathe. The familiar flying sword, the familiar sword momentum, the Taishian thorn in Fan Yuqing's hand turned into 36. In a series of clanging sounds, the flying whirlwind kill that faintly autumn waters had displayed had been blocked by Fan Yuqing. However, after all, Fan Yuqing had made a hasty move. Although he had used his Dharma manifestation cultivation to block Lu Ping's attack, he had already lost the upper hand. The unease in his heart intensified. His opponent's methods would certainly not be limited to just this. Lu Ping did not think that he would be able to hit a person like Fan Yuqing with one blow. Although the flying whirlwind kill was not the most powerful great magic that Lu Ping had mastered, it was Lu Ping's fastest and sharpest swordsmanship. Unfortunately, it still could not be used. Fan Yuqing's Taishian thorn exploded, turning into dozens of flying thorns that stabbed towards Lu Ping like a swarm of bees. Lu Ping's figure changed 1 into 2, 2 into 4. As his figure flew, a series of Lu Ping's figures were left behind. The flying thorns were like tarsal bones. Each flying thorn could annihilate a figure, but after the figure was destroyed, it only turned into a splash of water. Even when Lu Ping, who was running at the front, was pierced by the Taishian thorn, it still turned into a splash of water. Fan Yuqing cursed under his breath. He stretched out his hand to open a door in the void, and was about to enter when he saw Lu Ping's figure suddenly appear in the air not far in front of him. A turbulent river suddenly appeared in front of him, rolling towards Fan Yuqing. Within a short distance, the river meandered and twisted, almost vividly displaying the river's growth from a small trickle at birth to a vast expanse before it entered the sea. Fan Yuqing could naturally sense the unparalleled sword intent contained in this seemingly long river. He could even feel his heart palpitate from this river. He did not doubt that when he entered the space door, this river of sword chi would follow closely behind and shatter the space door he opened, completely annihilating him in the endless void. Moreover, the person in front of him was only at the 9th stage of the core forging realm. At this critical moment, Fan Yuqing once again squeezed the Taishian thorn in his hand. A total of 49 long thorns pierced towards the roaring river. It was as if they had pierced into the various acupuncture points of a long dragon's body. In an instant, the entire river of sword chi lost its vitality. Lu Ping sighed inwardly. It wasn't that his great river flows east was inferior to his opponent's. It was just that his current cultivation base couldn't fully unleash the profundities of the great river flows east. However, Lu Ping's meticulously planned series of attacks were not limited to just this. Just as Fan Yuqing was dealing with Lu Ping's series of attacks, he saw that Lu Ping had no choice but to retract the river of sword chi and retreat towards the 3 rushing thunder swords. Fan Yuqing had just breathed a sigh of relief when a purple sword light suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 829. The shapeless sword technique that Lu Ping had mastered was a great sword technique that had originally been passed down from the failing sect. After Lu Ping had refined the Netherwater sword into the shapeless sword according to this sword technique had made great contributions to Lu Ping several times. However, as Lu Ping's cultivation grew, and the cultivation of the opponents he faced gradually increased from the core forging stage to the Dharma manifestation stage, the Netherwater sword, which had only condensed 6 talismans, was gradually unable to pose enough of a threat to his opponents. It was a pity that the inheritance of the shapeless sword technique that Lu Ping had obtained back then was incomplete. The complete shapeless sword technique not only included the method to control the shapeless sword, but also the refining of the shapeless sword and the 9 complete talismans. When Lu Ping had obtained the shapeless sword technique, only the method to control the shapeless sword was left. After that, he obtained the Netherwater sword and found the 3 talismans of the shapeless sword. After that, Lu Ping obtained the other 3 talismans of the shapeless sword technique at the auction in the Phantom City. Only then did the Netherwater sword advance all the way to the level of a talisman. As for the last 3 talismans of the shapeless sword technique, although Lu Ping had not given up on searching for them, there had been no news of them. Lu Ping had even asked several Laozu of the sect, including Celestial Phenomenon Laozu. After the destruction of the failing sect, no one had heard of anyone obtaining the complete shapeless sword technique. Thus, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu had guessed that the 3 talismans of the shapeless sword technique might still be on Failing Mountain on Failing Island. Therefore, when he launched the surprise attack on Fan Yuqing this time, Lu Ping did not use the Netherwater sword to display the shapeless sword technique at the beginning. Instead, he used a series of attacks to seize the initiative, so that Fan Yuqing had no time to pay attention to anything else, and could be used to cover for the final blow of the Netherwater sword. Just as Lu Ping took a break from his series of attacks, he turned around and retreated towards the incoming 3 rushing thunder swords. Fan Yuqing thought that the opportunity to regain the upper hand had arrived, but the Netherwater sword, which had been lying in ambush, suddenly launched an attack. A purple sword light shot out, causing the Netherwater sword to no longer be able to conceal itself as it pierced towards Fan Yuqing's back. However, the water nether sword was only a spirit-detecting grade magic treasure. Although the surprise attack had caused Fan Yuqing to break out in a cold sweat, the instant the water nether sword's quintessential essence erupted, Fan Yuqing had already noticed it. Fan Yuqing hurriedly dodged to the side, at the same time pushing out 9 layers of stellar energy to protect his body. In the end, the water nether sword was still unable to pierce Fan Yuqing's vital points. However, Lu Ping's long-planned attack did not come to naught. Although the water nether sword was repelled by Fan Yuqing's 9 layers of stellar energy, Lu Ping's reaction was even faster. With a turn of his blade, the blade sliced horizontally across Fan Yuqing's shoulder, leaving an inch-deep gash of blood. Ever since Fan Yuqing had advanced to the manifestation stage, very few cultivators of the same level had been able to do anything to him. Even Qin Wuliang and Zhu Jiufeng, who he had met today, although their strength was above his, causing him to be incomparably shocked. He reckoned that if he were to fight them one-on-one, they would at most have the upper hand. It was impossible for them to inflict any flesh wounds on him. However, the reality was that he had actually been injured by a 9th-layer core forging stage cultivator. How could Fan Yuqing accept this? Anger and humiliation were no longer enough to justify Fan Yuqing's desire to tear Lu Ping into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, the 3 swords of the 3 rushing thunder swords combined into one, transforming into 3 streaks of lightning that slashed towards Fan Yuqing at lightning speed. Fan Yuqing let out a furious roar, and an unparalleled spiritual pressure exploded from his body, forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy above his head. The supreme mystery thorn rose up, and a huge silver cicada broke free from the vortex of spiritual energy. The supreme mystery thorn was perfectly embedded in the mouth of the silver cicada, forming the mouthpiece of the Dharma idol. With a light stab towards the 3 bolts of lightning, the famous combination attack of the 3 rushing thunder swords was completely broken. Fan Yuqing's hands were like butterflies fluttering through flowers as he made a dozen hand seals. The Dharma idol trembled slightly, and a faint sound of wind breaking rang out. A pair of almost transparent cicada wings suddenly spread out from the back of the silver cicada and began to tremble rapidly. As the cicada's wings vibrated, invisible spiritual energy transformed into a series of strange undercurrents. Immediately, the clouds in the sky dispersed, the thunder extinguished, and the lightning disappeared. The divine ability formation formed by the combination of the 3 swords, rushing thunder, also collapsed. The 3 from the 3 rushing thunder swords each coughed up blood as they retreated. However, a stream of sword qi that seemed to reach the heavens rose from behind the 3 of them. The stream of sword qi seemed to contain countless noises. It was as if the entire world was about to be drowned by the noises. The strange undercurrent of spirit qi, that was formed by the fluttering of the cicada wings, was instantly dissolved by the noises. The moment the three people retreated, the sword qi slashed forward from behind towards the huge Dharma idol in the sky. Lu Ping exerted all his strength to control the Changlu sword and cast this set of swordsmanship that Lu Ping was still a little unfamiliar with. However, its power was definitely not ordinary, because of the Changlu sword and the North Sea wave listening spell that Lu Ping had cultivated. Most of the noises that came from the sword qi were the sounds of the rising and falling tides, the rushing of the long river, and the crashing of the waves on the shore. Fan Yuqing's expression became even more gloomy when he saw that this core forging cultivator had used a divine ability to break his Dharma idol's divine ability. An endless killing intent burst out from Fan Yuqing's body. The Dharma idol of the silver cicada let out a long cry, and the weather around it changed drastically. Lu Ping and the three rushing thunder swords, who were fighting against it, suddenly felt as if they were in the middle of a scorching summer day. The mouthpiece formed by the Taishan thorn broke free from the mouth of the silver cicada, and then transformed into 18 pitch-black, shining thorns. They pierced into the sword qi that Lu Ping had created with the Changlu sword in 18 different directions. Lu Ping's expression changed drastically, although the number of thorns formed by the Taishan thorn this time was only 18, which was far less than the 49 thorns formed before. Lu Ping could clearly sense the difference between the two. This was the seed of the divine ability that Fan Yuqing had condensed after he had advanced to the Dharma idol stage. It was his natural great divine ability. At this point, Lu Ping couldn't withdraw the anti-sky boil sword art anymore. So, he had no choice but to recall the flowing stream sword art. After the 18 supreme mystery thorns pierced into the sky-piercing sword art, the spiritual energy condensed in the anti-sky boil sword art rapidly shrunk like a deflated balloon. The power of the anti-sky boil sword art also plummeted. On the other hand, the avatar hovering above Fan Yuqing's head expanded like an inflated balloon. The avatar became clearer and clearer, and even the patterns on its nearly transparent cicada wings became clearer. By the time Fan Yuqing reached out and recalled the 18 sky thorns, they had reformed into the mouthpiece of the Taishan thorn Dharma idol. Lu Ping's Skiriching sword light was now only 3 feet long, and when it pierced into Fan Yuqing's body, it did not even come into contact with the protective qi that protected Fan Yuqing's body. This was the first time that Lu Ping had used the Ying Tian sect's Skiriching sword light, but it had been so easily countered by Fan Yuqing. Even though Lu Ping could now display the power of a great divine ability in his hands, and its power was not below that of Lu Ping's great river flows east, it still could not withstand a single blow from a Dharma adept's natural great divine ability. Lu Ping stood beside the 3 rushing thunder swords, and both sides faced off against Fan Yuqing. Although Fan Yuqing had used his absolute power to severely injure the 3 rushing thunder swords and neutralize Lu Ping's consecutive attacks, he knew in his heart that even though he had the upper hand, it was still impossible for him to kill the 4 of them together. This was especially true for the swordsman who stood beside the 3 rushing thunder swords. This person was definitely not a Tianxian sect practitioner, but his level of training was extremely high. At least when Fan Yuqing was at the 9th level of the core forging stage, he would not have been able to match up to this person. Skiriching sword light? Who would have thought that the Ying Tian sect's swordsmanship, which had been extinct for more than 4,000 years, would actually appear in your hands today? May I know your name? The series of attacks that Lu Ping and Fan Yuqing had exchanged naturally fell into the eyes of Qin Wuliang and Zhu Jilwan. To these two, although Lu Ping's strength had shocked them, recognizing the sword light that Lu Ping had displayed was no less shocking to them. I am Lu Xianping of the North Sea. Greetings, my friends from the Holy Land. Glancing at Fan Yuqing, Lu Ping did not hide his identity, because there was no need at all. At this time, Lu Ping could no longer hide his identity by changing his appearance. You are Lu Xianping of the North Sea? When Zhu Jilwan looked at Lu Ping again, there was finally a hint of surprise in his eyes. He added, As expected, your strength is extraordinary. It's just that you've chosen the wrong side today. It's a pity that with your cultivation, the North Sea could produce such an outstanding talent. But today, you're going to fall here. Lu Ping's heart sank. At this time, Fan Yuqing was no longer able to stop the four of them from joining forces. But the other party was still so fearless. That could only mean one thing. There were still cultivators hiding nearby. A long and deep metallic clanging sound came from the dense forest, more than 10 kilometers away. The faintly autumn waters sword, and the flowing stream sword that were circling around Lu Ping's body, suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the sound of a flying sword being unsheathed. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed. He saw that in the dense forest more than 10 kilometers away, a figure slowly rose up, and then a fiery red flying sword with a hint of white hovered under his feet. In just an instant, this figure had already arrived in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened his mouth to speak, but the approaching figure pointed with both hands, and the flying sword under his feet had already stabbed towards Lu Ping's chest, not giving Lu Ping any chance to speak. Just this sword thrust caused Lu Ping to break out in a cold sweat. The flowing stream sword under Lu Ping's feet turned into a surging river, carrying Lu Ping back at lightning speed. The faintly autumn waters sword scattered into countless sword lights, wrapping around Lu Ping's body in layers upon layers of dense sword lights. The seeping water sword technique was also an excellent defensive technique. But this fiery red flying sword still pierced straight through, destroying the faintly autumn waters sword seeping water sword technique with ease. Lu Ping had already retreated several hundred meters, but this flying sword still followed him like a shadow. The sharp and hot sword intent pierced through Lu Ping's layers of defense and directly headed towards his chest. Lu Ping's core space was stimulated by the sword intent and constantly trembled. The Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash spat out a thick bolt of lightning that wrapped around his entire body. The 9 strange dragons on the surface of the golden core space rapidly swam, and the natal gentian formation suddenly activated. The entire core space finally broke free from the influence of the sword intent and stabilized once more. "Huh," a familiar voice sounded in Lu Ping's ear. "You really were hiding your strength that day. Today, I will definitely force you to use all of it." Chapter 830. Lu Ping kept retreating, but he was still unable to shake off the flying swords of the person in front of him. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Ping was already several miles away from the area where Fan Yuqing and the 3 rolling thunder swords were. In the distance, the 3 rolling thunder swords were shocked to see Lu Ping being attacked. They were about to step forward to help when Fan Yuqing, who was standing next to them, grinned hideously and split one of his Taishian thorns into 36 thorns, trapping the 3 rolling thunder swords. The sky was filled with the whooshing sounds made by the 36 Taishian thorns as they flew rapidly. Lu Ping saw that the person in front of him wanted to say something, but the person in front of him seemed to be deliberately not giving him the chance to speak. One sword strike after another was faster than the one before, and every sword strike was aimed at his chest. Lu Ping used all his strength, but he was still unable to shake off the attacks of the person in front of him. The long stream sword under his feet brought Lu Ping into the dense forest several miles away. In the distance, the 3 rolling thunder swords had already disappeared from Lu Ping's sight. In order to deal with the crisis before him, Lu Ping had already focused all his divine will on the person in front of him. So how could he still have the time to check on the situation of others? Using the trees in the forest, Lu Ping's figure split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. 32 figures fled in all directions of the forest. A cold sneer rang out. "Brother Lu, is it really so hard to have a real fight with you?" The fiery red longsword unleashed 32 beams of sword light in all directions, slashing all 32 figures into splashes. However, the longsword itself was still moving forward, chasing all the way to an empty place several miles away. Suddenly, a mass of sword light surged out of nothingness like boiling water, barely stopping the fiery red longsword for a moment. Lu Ping was wearing a robe that looked like a multicolored cloud, dodging left and right in the dense forest, appearing and disappearing. The long-stream sword under his feet had already been replaced by the long-stream sword, while the long-stream sword was wielded by Lu Ping in the air, once again transforming into a heavenly river that descended from the sky, surging towards the person who was chasing after him. The autumn water sword was still using the seeping water sword technique, but the Yi-Ren sword had sprung up, drawing out a series of semicircular sword flowers that looked like a fan of swords. A total of 81 sword flowers rose above the sword river formed by the long stream sword technique, turning into 81 waves that were as white as snow, rushing towards the person who was chasing after him one after another. A core forging sword cultivator, who was able to use a great swordsmanship divine ability, could be regarded as an expert among cultivators of the same level. A core forging sword cultivator, who could use 2 or more flying swords to perform a great swordsmanship divine ability, could be regarded as an expert among cultivators of the same level. If a core forging sword cultivator could use 2 flying swords to perform 2 different great swordsmanship divine abilities, then perhaps only the outstanding disciples of those great sects could achieve this. And now, Lu Ping was using 3 spirit-nourishing flying swords to perform 3 different great sword techniques. With such a level of cultivation, even the Dharma sword cultivator, who was chasing Lu Ping, could not help but secretly admire him. However, the person who was chasing Lu Ping was clearly prepared for this. Even though the strength that Lu Ping had displayed had moved him quite a bit, this person only used the flying sword in his hand to slash forward 3 times. With one slash, the seeping water sword technique became the leaking water sword technique. With one slash, the 81 waves formed by the 1,000 snow sword technique became rootless duckweed. With one slash, the Milky Way formed by the long stream sword technique was split in the middle. However, the person who was chasing him did not see the slightest bit of surprise on Lu Ping's face. Thinking of the elusive sword that had stabbed Fan Yuqing just now, he secretly cursed in his heart. Then, he felt a cold sword wool penetrating into his bones from the left side of his ribs. The person snorted coldly, and the fiery flying sword in his hand was pulled back to his chest. A ring of fire burst out from his body, and a mournful wail was heard. The purple sword light flashed 3 feet away, and the cold sword wool immediately dissolved into nothingness. The person said proudly, "Brother Lu, with 4 swords and 4 great sword techniques, such strong inner yuan and sharp sword techniques, you are indeed worthy of being called the North Sea Water Sword Celestial. If I had not entered the Dharma stage, I would naturally admit defeat. But now, I am confident that one flying sword can break all your sword techniques and spells." The person called out Lu Ping's nickname in the North Sea training world, but Lu Ping did not mind. The person was not ordinary, so it was normal for him to know about him. That may not be so. The person was slightly stunned, and then his expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he threw the long sword in his hand behind him. He heard the sound of metal clashing behind him, and the person had to stagger forward a few steps. When he turned around to look, he saw a magnificent golden sword chi collapsing. A golden flying sword with a body like scales flew backward, and a mournful wail came from the trembling flying sword. Although the person had repelled Lu Ping's attack, he had finally been hit by Lu Ping's 5th great sword technique. His inner yuan was shaken, and he could no longer maintain the previous attack that had been so carefree. Lu Ping finally got rid of the person's series of sword techniques, and was able to catch his breath, but his heart could not calm down. The person was none other than Xie Tianyang, the last of the 6 great swords of the Purple Sun Palace that Lu Ping had met in the Western Wilderness. Xie Tianyang had long entered the Dharma stage. His surging Dharma inner yuan, coupled with the blazing Sky Sun sword, had suppressed Lu Ping from the beginning to the point that he could not fight back, and could only run. If Xie Tianyang had not entered the Dharma stage, although he was already a famous hero of the Purple Sun Palace, Lu Ping thought that he could be on par with Xie Tianyang with swordsmanship alone. If they were to fight to the death, Lu Ping would definitely be able to win. However, at this time, Xie Tianyang had condensed his Dharma power, and was wielding his sword freely, while Lu Ping was tired of dealing with him. In the end, He had even used the golden scale sword that he had long abandoned, and only then did he have a chance to catch his breath. He used 5 flying swords at once, and each flying sword displayed a set of great and powerful sword techniques. Although Lu Ping's inner yuan was thick and his strength was profound, the inner yuan in his body was turbulent, and his qi was chaotic. The huge golden elixir in the space of his heart was flickering. Lu Ping still had a trump card that he had not used, the natal Genshin array, which was his last resort. However, Lu Ping did not think that Xie Tianyang had used up all his tricks. At least, Xie Tianyang had not condensed his Dharma power yet. Furthermore, with Xie Tianyang's talent, how could he not have condensed his Dharma power when he entered the Dharma stage? He might even have condensed more than one Dharma power. Lu Ping thought to himself that if Xie Tianyang used his Dharma power, in addition to his other tricks, even if he used the natal Genshin array, he would still be defeated. The two of them adjusted their auras, but with tacit understanding, neither of them attacked again. Lu Ping looked up and saw that the two of them had already flown dozens of miles away from the battle. The battle between the 3 rushing thunder swords and Fan Yuqing and the others had long gone unnoticed. Lu Ping had some guesses as to why Xie Tianyang had forced him to this place, but he still smiled and said, "Brother Xie, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. Congratulations on condensing your Dharma power. From now on, I will call you Tianyang Laozu." Xie Tianyang smiled and said, "Brother Lu, why are you so pretentious? Do you think that because I have condensed my Dharma power first, you will not recognize me as your brother? Furthermore, with Brother Lu's strength, you will definitely be stronger than me when you condense your Dharma power in the future." Although the two of them had exchanged many compliments, Xie Tianyang's last sentence more or less came from the bottom of his heart. Throughout the battle with Lu Ping, although Xie Tianyang had not used many techniques, apart from his Dharma power and his special powers, he had used his full strength. However, in the end, he had only managed to force Lu Ping to use 5 flying swords at the same time to display his 5 special powers. In the end, he had only managed to gain the upper hand, but not the overwhelming advantage. Xie Tianyang could naturally see that although all the techniques that Lu Ping had used were sword techniques, none of the 5 flying swords were his special powers. Even when he, Lu Ping, and Sang Yu had fought the Tenma people's mid-Dharma stage elder, Mali Laozu, during the critical moment, Xie Tianyang had not seen Lu Ping use his special powers. This level of strength made Xie Tianyang respect and fear him at the same time. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Brother Xie, you have forced me to come all the way here. Could it be that you do not want me to participate in the affairs of the Tianxian sect?" Xie Tianyang said seriously, "That's right. Although I do not know why Brother Lu has joined forces with the Tianxian sect cultivators, the Tianxian sect can hardly protect itself now. It was not easy for Brother Lu to attain your level of practice, and I do not wish for Brother Lu to become a sacrifice for the Tianxian sect." Lu Ping was secretly shocked. He said, "The Tianxian sect has been around for nearly 20,000 years, and has always been one of the few large sects in the Central Plains. With such a prestigious sect, even if Brother Xie is from the Xiang Palace and the other holy lands, it would not be an easy task to destroy it, would it?" Xie Tianyang smiled and said, "Although the Tianxian sect is strong, it is still not as strong as the 5 holy lands. Moreover, the 5 holy lands are working together now, and the 5 holy lands are only suppressing us, not exterminating us. Otherwise, we would not have needed to act so rashly to alert them. Can Brother Lu not see it now?" Lu Ping was silent. In fact, when Qin Wuliang, Zhu Jiuwan, and Xie Tianyang appeared one after another, Lu Ping had already sensed that something was wrong. The direct descendants of the 5 holy lands were working together to fight against the Tianxian sect. This was not something that Lu Ping could wade through. In fact, Lu Ping had long wanted to retreat. It was just that he had promised to help the Rushing Thunder 3 swords earlier, so it was not good for him to become a deserter. Xie Tianyang's action to force him to retreat could be said to be playing into Lu Ping's hands. Although the battle along the way was because Lu Ping was not strong enough, It could also be said that the two of them already had a tacit understanding. Lu Ping cupped his hands and said, "In that case, many thanks for Brother Xia's reminder. I believe there are still cultivators from the 5 holy lands lying in ambush in the forest. If Brother Xia had not acted, I would not have been able to escape the fate of death today." Xia Tianyang nodded and said with a smile, "In the western wilderness, you and I can be considered to have gone through thick and thin together. During the battle with Mali Laozu, Brother Lu even helped several times, so it is only right that I acted this time. However, I am a little curious. What kind of relationship does Lu Ping have with the Tianxian sect?" After seeing Qin Wuliang of Wuxing School and Zhu Jilwan of 9 Profound Tower, he actually still wanted to help the Tianxian sect cultivators? Chapter 831. Hearing Xia Tianyang's question, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Brother Xia, I heard that the Tianxian sect originally wanted to exchange for the lightning tribulation water with the 5 holy lands?" Indeed, Xia Tianyang was also a quick-witted person. Hearing Lu Ping's question, he immediately realized something and smiled. "Brother Lu is known as the Water Sword Immortal in the North Sea. You didn't promise the 3 rushing thunder swords this time, because of the lightning tribulation water, did you?" At this moment, Lu Ping had no need to hide anything. He nodded. "That's right. We originally wanted to ambush Wuxing School's Qin Wuliang, but for some reason, Fan Yuqing lured Xiahou Wushang here. Then, you all appeared one after another." Xia Tianyang extended a finger and pointed at Lu Ping. He smiled. "Brother Lu is very kind. Even now, you still can't guess that we already know the Tianxian sect's plan. Why are you still covering for them?" Seeing that Lu Ping was smiling without saying anything, Xia Tianyang no longer made things difficult for him. He directly said, "I'm afraid that the Tianxian sect's 3rd direct disciple Shaoxi will arrive soon. Maybe other disciples of the Tianxian sect will follow." The disciples of the 5 holy lands gathered earlier this time and asked Fan Yuqing to lure Xiahou Wushang here. "We originally came for the 2 direct disciples of the Tianxian sect. As for the 3 rushing thunder swords, although they are also direct disciples, they are still added. The only variable is you, Brother Lu." Lu Ping didn't say much, but he was shocked that the 5 holy lands were so familiar with the internal situation of the Tianxian sect. This situation could only mean that the Tianxian sect's internal high-level cultivators had long since sided with the 5 holy lands. Xia Tianyang continued, "Unfortunately, the 1st and 2nd direct disciples of the Tianxian sect didn't participate this time, so we can only let them have it easy. Otherwise, the 4 most outstanding direct disciples of the Tianxian sect would fall. I'm afraid even the 7 Fan Laozu would be heartbroken. The Tianxian sect would go downhill even without suppression." Lu Ping could only helplessly smile at Xia Tianyang's rambling. "Brother Xia, you are the Purple Sun Palace's envoy for the Pure Yang Dharma Assembly. Could it be that you really brought the lightning tribulation water with you?" Seeing that Lu Ping had personally asked, Xia Tianyang knew that this favor was most likely going to be repaid. So he pretended to be confused and nodded. "That's right. Although we have come here to suppress the Sky Mystery sect, the elders of our sect have already promised the 7 Fans Laozu, so the thunder tribulation water must be delivered." Xia Tianyang could not help but find it funny when he saw the disappointment on Lu Ping's face. He said, "However, it is not impossible if Brother Lu has a need for it. It will depend on whether Brother Lu is able to exchange for it with treasures of equivalent value. Of course, spirit stones and the like will not be considered. The Purple Sun Palace naturally does not lack spirit stones, unless Brother Lu is willing to use top-grade spirit stones to exchange." Lu Ping smiled wryly and said, "Supreme spiritual stones? Brother Xia must be joking. Have you forgotten that I am from the North Sea? However, if Brother Xia exchanges the Thunder Tribulation water with me, how will we explain it to the Sky Mystery sect?" Xia Tianyang smiled disdainfully and said, "Then what is there to explain? The envoys from the 5 sacred grounds were ambushed at the border of the Sky Mystery sect. Although we managed to escape after a great battle, The treasures we brought to celebrate the 7 Fans Laozu's pure young ritual gathering were stolen. This is a serious provocation to the 5 sacred grounds. We must urge the Sky Mystery sect to capture and punish the culprit as soon as possible to serve as a warning to others. Lu Ping laughed dryly and said, Brother Xie is indeed domineering. Looking at Brother Lu's appearance, could it be that you are already prepared? Xie Tianyang smiled to himself and said, That's right. The 3 rushing thunder swords were able to invite Brother Lu as a helper. It is obvious that they are targeting the treasures that Brother Lu wants to exchange for. How about it? Can you take it out and let me have a look? Lu Ping did not say much. He handed a jade bottle to Xie Tianyang and said, This is a set of 24 drops. What do you think, Brother Xie? Anything that could be stored in the jade essence bottle was naturally not an ordinary item. Xie Tianyang took the jade essence bottle suspiciously. As soon as he uncorked the bottle, a deep and fragrant aroma wafted out of the bottle. Xie Tianyang's spirit was lifted, and his eyes immediately lit up. He came from the Purple Sun Palace, so his vision and knowledge were naturally extraordinary. Just from the fragrance alone he could guess what it was. However, this item had not appeared in the world of cultivation for a long time. There were even rumors that this item had been extinct for a long time, so it was inevitable that he had some doubts. Xie Tianyang turned his wrist, and a silver needle appeared in his hand. He lightly dipped the needle into the jade bottle and tasted it on the tip of his tongue. Xie Tianyang's eyes lit up even more. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ping and said, Could this be the legendary amethyst royal jelly? Hasn't this item been extinct in the world of cultivation for a long time? Where did Brother Lu get this item? Lu Ping saw that there was a trace of doubt in his joy, but he did not mind. After all, this item had disappeared from the world of cultivation for a long time. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious if it suddenly appeared. Lu Ping then told Xie Tianyang about how he had luckily obtained some royal jelly from the secret cave. He did not want to reveal the news that he had the amethyst royal jelly. Otherwise, wouldn't the Dharma adepts who would swarm in and beat Lu Ping up? Finally, Lu Ping smiled and said, Brother Xie, rest assured. I do not have the guts to use a fake item to deceive a disciple of a holy land like you. Furthermore, could it be that Brother Xie doubts your own judgment? Xie Tianyang actually just found it hard to believe. After hearing Lu Ping's words, he no longer had any doubts. He smiled and said, Please don't blame me, Brother Lu. After all, I believe you know what this item means to a Dharma adept. Xie Tianyang paused and put away the full bottle of amethyst royal jelly. He laughed and said, Since this is the case, there is no need to be unreasonable between us. Using this amethyst royal jelly to exchange for the thunder punishment aqua is acceptable. It's just that this bottle of 24 drops is far from enough. Although the thunder punishment aqua is not extinct, its value is definitely above that of the amethyst royal jelly. Lu Ping nodded and said, Indeed, but how much does Brother Xie want? Although I was lucky enough to obtain some from the senior's cave, it is still very limited. No matter what, you have to leave some for me, right? Xie Tianyang stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 bottles, 2 more bottles. This time, the thunder punishment aqua that I have will belong to Brother Lu. Lu Ping said awkwardly, Brother Xie, you are asking for too much. Although the thunder punishment aqua is precious, it will not be to the point of exchanging 1 bottle for 3. No matter what, you have to leave some for me, so that when I advance to the Dharma stage in the future, I can use it to make a few cauldrons of Dharma pills. You must know that there are very few Dharma pills to begin with, and in addition, the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs used to make Dharma pills are even more precious. This amethyst royal jelly is one of the rare treasures that can increase the success rate of Dharma pills. How about I give you another bottle, no more? Xie Tianyang smiled and shook his head. Brother Lu, you don't have to be so stingy. You exchange for the thunder punishment aqua to form your golden elixir, right? 1 bottle is enough for you to form a 9th grade golden elixir. Furthermore, the thunder punishment aqua is extremely spiritual and is one of the most difficult treasures to form among the top heaven-level spiritual items. However, once you successfully form your golden elixir, the power of your magical powers will increase by a lot. With Brother Lu's strength, by then, there will be no one below the Dharma stage who can defeat you. Even if I advance to the Dharma stage, I am afraid that I will not be able to defeat Brother Lu. Furthermore, in the future when Brother Lu advances to the Dharma stage, with such a strong foundation, your training will probably improve by leaps and bounds. With Brother Lu's strength, there will be no one below the Dharma stage. Even if I advance to the Dharma stage, I am afraid that I will not be able to defeat Brother Lu. Furthermore, in the future when Brother Lu advances to the Dharma stage, with such a strong foundation, your training will probably improve by leaps and bounds. With such an important item, exchanging it for 3 bottles of royal jelly would be the most appropriate. Lu Ping took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After some thought, he took out 3 more jade bottles and said, "It's not that I am stingy, it's just that I don't have much left. However, if this royal jelly is brought back by Brother Xia, I am afraid that most of it will be divided among the elders of your sect, Laozu. It would be good if Brother Xia could have a few drops left. However, I still have a few bottles of purple crystal honey. Although this item is not as precious as the royal jelly, it is also very useful for making tea and refining elixirs. I will use 2 bottles of royal jelly and 3 bottles of purple crystal honey to exchange for the thunder punishment aqua. What does Brother Lei think?" Xie Tianyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Previously, I was only concerned about the preciousness of the royal jelly and forgot that with royal jelly, how could honey be lacking? This purple crystal honey can be used as a topping. Fine, I will not force Brother Lu. However, purple crystal honey can be used to refine elixirs. After all, it is still considered a heavenly treasure. If it is used to make tea, it would be a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. Brother Lu, you won't really use it to make tea, right?" Lu Ping saw Xie Tianyang take out a special jade bottle that was covered in spirit sealing and spirit sealing runes, and tossed it over. Lu Ping hurriedly caught the jade bottle and used his divine sense to penetrate the runes. Very quickly, he sensed a thunderous aura. It was exactly the same as the portion of thunder tribulation liquid that Lu Ping had previously obtained. So he put it away and smiled awkwardly. Brother Xia must be joking. However, I still have to thank Brother Xia. With this portion of thunder tribulation liquid, I will also return to the North Sea to prepare to cultivate in peace. Xie Tianyang nodded and said, "That's good. Now that the Central Plains can be said to be undergoing great changes, the calamity of Mara is getting closer and closer. There has already been news of Mara's appearance everywhere in the Central Plains. I think the overseas region is no exception. Brother Lu is strong and must be an important figure in your sect. You should return to your sect as soon as possible and prepare for the arrival of the calamity." Watching Xie Tianyang turn into a ray of light and fly towards the direction of the previous battle, Lu Ping was in a daze for a moment. In the core space, Lu Ping poured the entire portion of Thunder Tribulation liquid into the 7 Thunder Treasure Calabash. The entire 7 Thunder Treasure Calabash suddenly went crazy again. Countless lightning bolts jumped out of the 7 Thunder Treasure Calabash, flashing and exploding in the core space. It took half an hour before it stopped. When the 7 Thunder Treasure Calabash settled down, Lu Ping put on the stone armor from the storage ring, and then flew back to the battlefield of the previous battle. But this time, Lu Ping did not return to participate in the battle, but to watch it. How could Lu Ping miss such an opportunity to compete with the top 3rd-generation disciples of the Central Plains? Chapter 832. By the time Lu Ping arrived at the site of the previous battle between the 2 sides, there was no one there. However, the traces of the battle extended all the way to the west. Along the way, there were fallen trees, pits, and withered flowers and grass that had been caused by the aftermath of the battle. Lu Ping used his divine sense to explore along the traces, but within the range of his divine sense, there was no one there. There was only a faint fluctuation of spiritual power coming from further away. It was obvious that the battle between the 2 sides had moved to another place. Lu Ping was not in a hurry to catch up. Instead, he put away the boat under his feet. The beautiful autumn water sword was already circling around him. Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shot out a green light that was more than a foot long next to a giant tree 100 feet away. His two swords pointed to the empty space next to the giant tree and said coldly, "I don't know who is hiding there. Please come out and meet me." Just when Lu Ping released his own divine sense to explore, he inadvertently discovered that there was an inexplicable movement 100 feet away from him. Then, an aura that was somewhat familiar to Lu Ping began to float in the direction of Lu Ping. Lu Ping took a deep breath, and that aura took the opportunity to enter. Lu Ping inhaled a lot of it into his stomach. Finally, there was a giggle from afar, and as smooth as jade legs stepped out of the empty space. When Lu Ping looked up, a young woman with a flirtatious dress swayed her body. She had already removed the magic that she had used to conceal herself. She threw a flirtatious look at Lu Ping and said, "Hey little brother, your divine sense is so powerful. It was so easy for you to find out where I was hiding." Lu Ping's expression was solemn. The woman who had suddenly appeared looked weak, but in fact, she was a Dharma adept. Moreover, the 3 pure true pupils that Lu Ping had displayed just now allowed Lu Ping to confirm that the woman in front of him was not a human, but a demon clan cultivator. However, due to the brilliance of this woman's concealment technique, Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupils could see that she was not a human, but he could not completely see her background. However, Lu Ping was somewhat familiar with the aura from before, so Lu Ping could almost determine her origin. Lu Ping sighed inwardly. What was to come had finally come. Furthermore, they had chased him from the Eastern Sea, which was millions of miles away, all the way to the Central Plains. This matter might not be easily resolved. "You're Lu Xianping of the Northern Sea? It wasn't easy to find you last time, but this time, it wasn't hard at all. I didn't expect to sense your aura here." The woman's tone was still gentle and pleasant, but Lu Ping could hear the murderous intent hidden behind her hidden tone. His aura naturally could not be sensed by a stranger, so there was no doubt that this person's identity was confirmed. She had sensed the aura of the green sea snake on his body. "I didn't expect you to come all the way from the Eastern Sea. The green sea snakes are really famous in the cultivation world for protecting their own people." At this time, the woman's face suddenly became a little gloomy, and she said, "My natal poison has not taken effect after being inhaled by you for such a long time. You really killed my clansmen. I think this ability to remove poison only came after refining the snake gall of my clan's cultivators, right?" Lu Ping knew that it was useless to explain at this time. Suddenly, a golden shield was propped up around his body. Vigorous true essence flashed on the surface of the shield, and the surface of the shield became brighter and brighter. Myriad poison meteorite energy shield? The woman was a little surprised, but there was no change in her expression. She continued, "You are lucky. Looking at the quality of the Gang Qi, it is obvious that you have used the top-grade myriad poison serum. With this Gang Qi, I am afraid that you are immune to hundreds of poisons. No wonder my natal poison Qi couldn't do anything to you just now. Instead, it helped you to improve the quality of your Gang Qi." Lu Ping said helplessly, "Fellow cultivator, the reason why I showed this myriad poison meteorite energy shield is to prove that I did not kill the green sea snakes." "Huh." The woman laughed angrily and said, "This is strange. Under the eyes of the West Wilderness's river source, hundreds of people can be witnesses, and you still dare to quibble. This is really strange. Could it be that your North Sea's Jimling can withstand the anger of the green sea snakes? What's more, the myriad poison serum is known as the mother of all poisons. It can improve its quality by smelting all the poisons in the world. Your Gang Qi seems to be of extremely high quality. It must have been improved by smelting the top-grade poisons. Moreover, I have detected the toxicity of 3 kinds of green sea snakes from your Gang Qi. It is actually the wind poison, the water poison, and the ice poison." The woman became angry and said, "Boy, how dare you! According to the legend of the West Wilderness, you have only killed 1 green sea snake. I didn't expect that you have killed at least 3. Lu Ping looked at the Dharma plain green sea snake demonic cultivator in front of him speechlessly. Although he was secretly shocked by this person's sharp eyes, his gang chi was indeed mixed with the snake venom of Samling. That was because when Lu Ping entered the fallen Golden Canyon in the Seven Stars Cave Heaven, his ability was low, and Samling was also young. So Lu Ping had to rely on Samling's snake venom to resist and enter the canyon together. Later, when Lu Ping smelted the myriad poison meteorite power gang, because Samling's cultivation was not good enough at that time, Lu Ping had to help the three of them improve the quality of their natal poisons. In the process of improving Samling's natal snake venom, Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite power gang was also absorbed by Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite power gang. This method could be said to be beneficial to both sides. However, now that he had encountered the green sea snakes, a giant demonic race that was famous for protecting their own, Lu Ping could not explain himself. "Kid, I have nothing to say." The woman smiled proudly and said, "You have the guts to dare to kill the people of the green sea snakes. You are also a cultivator from overseas. Although the North Sea is closed, haven't you heard of the rules that we, the green sea snakes, have set in overseas? A Zhenling family is nothing in the eyes of the green sea snakes. If you really provoke them, we will destroy them." Lu Ping did not want to talk to this rather complicated demonic cultivator anymore. Although the Zhenling family was not as good as the green sea snakes, it was not easy to destroy them. Although the green sea snakes were protective of their own people, they would not go so far as to destroy a rather powerful medium-sized sect, just for one or two of their own people. Of course, if the Zhenling family was just an ordinary family, the green sea snakes would definitely not mind using them to establish their prestige. However, Lu Ping could feel the dense killing intent from this woman. Although the green sea snakes would not go so far as to use the Zhenling to establish their prestige, it would not be difficult for them to destroy Lu Ping. Lu Ping thought for a while and understood. This woman most likely had her eyes on the myriad poison meteorite power on him. He could easily resolve her natal snake venom, so at the very least, the quality of Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite power must be higher than her snake venom. One must know that the poison magical power was one of the most important inheritances of the green sea snakes, and the myriad poison serum was the most precious treasure that they dreamed of. Its preciousness might even be comparable to that of the growing soil for alchemists. Lu Ping did not waste any more time, and reached out to open the door of the golden house. Under the woman's surprised gaze, Samling walked out one after another. The aura of the same tribe quickly attracted Samling's attention to the woman in front of him. Ignoring the woman's surprised gaze, Lu Linger suddenly threw herself on Lu Ping and said in a crisp voice, "Father, who is she? Why does the aura on her body feel so familiar?" Lu Ping ignored the woman's surprised gaze and touched Lu Linger's head, saying, "She is a senior from your tribe. You should go and greet her first." Lu Baier was stunned. The three siblings stepped forward to greet the woman, and the woman immediately dispersed the killing intent hidden in her smile. She stepped forward and gently touched Samling's face. Then, she took out 3 exquisite small boxes and said, "You 3 little fellows are very likable. In the future, don't call me senior, just call me aunt. This is our first meeting, and aunt doesn't have anything good on me. It seems that you 3 have not lived in the tribe since you were young. These 3 small boxes are things that every green sea snake cultivator has. Today aunt will give them to you. If one day you want to go home, use this to return to the East Sea. At that time, aunt will personally pick you up." Samling turned around and looked at Lu Ping. Seeing Lu Ping nodding, Lu Bai took the 3 small boxes and gave them to Lu Hai and Lu Linger, saying, "Thank you, aunt." Lu Linger said, "We have been raised by father since we were young. Father is our home." The woman smiled awkwardly and said, "You have been raised by him. Your father since you were young, but you have not received any inheritance of the green sea snakes. Although the direct descendants of the tribe have inherited memories, those inherited memories can only support you to cultivate to the late stage of the core forging realm. If you want to cultivate again in the future, you will have to enter the inheritance land of the tribe to supplement the original inherited memories. In this way, you will be able to go further in the future. Although the woman was explaining to Samling, in fact she was saying it to Lu Ping, because the woman could see that Samling was very dependent on Lu Ping. Although this surprised the woman, she could also see that without Lu Ping's consent, she was afraid that she would not be able to take Samling away today. If it was before, the woman could directly kill Lu Ping, but now it was not appropriate. Samling and the other two had raised their cultivation to the late stage of the core forging realm. Moreover, the woman could see at a glance that Samling and the other two had a stable aura and a strong foundation. There was no hidden danger caused by the rapid cultivation increase. Such good talent and beauty were rare even among the green sea snakes. It could be seen that Lu Ping really cultivated them. If she made a move on Lu Ping at this time, she was afraid that the three little guys would first turn against her. Although Lu Linger had heard about the inheritance land of the green sea snakes from Lu Ping, she was still not convinced and said, "So what if there is no inheritance of the green sea snakes? Father will definitely find a better inheritance for us." After saying that, Lu Linger stretched out her hands and turned around. A mass of ice and snow suddenly condensed on top of Lu Linger's head. She said, "Look, this is the inheritance of the Ice Serpent clan that Father found for me." Chapter 833. Seeing the ice and snow divine ability condensed above Lu Linger's head, the spirit snake woman was very surprised. Although the Ice Dragon clan had always been looked down upon among the top clans, their inheritance of ice attribute divine ability was still quite unique. However, it was said that the Ice Dragon clan had long since declined, and the inheritance of the ice and snow divine ability of the Ice Dragon clan had also been severed. She didn't expect to see the divine ability of the Ice Dragon clan again on her own clansmen. Seeing Lu Linger display the magic she was proud of, Lu Hai also took out the profound halberd. Waving it in his hand a few times, he said, "Look, this is the profound halberd Father found for me, a spirit-nurturing level magic treasure." Seeing Lu Hai take out the profound halberd to show off, Lu Linger also took out her own spirit-nurturing magic treasure. Lu Bai was originally reserved, but seeing her brother and sister take out their spirit-nurturing magic treasures, and the spirit snake woman looked at her again, she also took out the spirit-nurturing magic treasure Lu Ping found for her, a long whip, and shook it beautifully in the air. Even in the Central Plains, a true paradise of the cultivation world, those who could use spirit-nurturing magic treasures at the late core forging stage were at least direct disciples of their respective sections. At this time, Lu Ping was at best a direct disciple of Jinling, but he was able to let his adopted children use spirit-nurturing magic treasures. This made the spirit snake woman look at Lu Ping in a different light. According to the temperament of the spirit snake woman in the past, when she saw traces of Lu Ping, she only needed to kill him. However, at that time, Lu Ping was fighting Xie Tianyang, and the spirit snake woman secretly followed the cultivators of the Crystal Palace. She had a mission and could not reveal her whereabouts, because at that time, there were cultivators of the Crystal Palace hiding nearby to watch the battle between the two. After Xie Tianyang left, the cultivators of the Crystal Palace then went to fight Xiaoxi, Qin Wuliang, Zhu Jiuwan and the others. The spirit snake woman was afraid of Lu Ping's cultivation, so she could not kill him in one blow. If the two fell into a battle, even if the spirit snake woman won in the end, it would probably alarm the cultivators of the Crystal Palace. The female spirit snake cultivator knew that although she was an Avatar Realm cultivator, her strength was at most on par with the Purple Sun Palace cultivator. On the other hand, although Lu Ping was only in the 9th layer core forging realm, his strength was unfathomable. Hence, the female spirit snake cultivator tried to ambush him with her natal snake venom in the beginning. Originally, when the spirit snake woman saw Samling, she restrained her murderous aura. When she saw that Samling was not put under a divine sense restriction like the spiritual pets raised by other human beings, and that he admired Lu Ping, the murderous aura of the spirit snake woman disappeared without a trace. The spirit snake woman originally wanted to use the inheritance of the green sea snakes to attract Samling to return to the East Sea with her. Who would have thought that Samling did not have any sense of belonging to the green sea snakes? Instead, after showing the 3 spirit nurturing magic treasures and the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan, the spirit snake woman was shocked speechless. Although the green sea snakes were rich and had a strong foundation, it was impossible for them to immediately give Samling 3 spirit nurturing magic treasures after bringing him back to the East Sea. The spirit snake woman could not help but feel a little disheartened. In the end, she could only sneer and say, "You don't have to show off in front of me. I want to bring you back to the clan for your own good." The inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan and the spirit nurturing magic treasures are after all just external things. The foundation of a cultivator is still the foundation of cultivation and the path of the true spirit. I won't hide it from the 3 of you. Although you are all talented, without the inheritance of the clan, even if you can condense the golden elixir, it will only be a 7th grade golden elixir. Even if your father finds other inheritances for you to complete, the most you can condense is an 8th grade golden elixir. In the future, it will be difficult for you to advance to the middle or late Dharma stage, not to mention the true spirit. The spirit snake woman was a little discouraged when she saw Samling's nonchalant expression. However, when she turned to look at Lu Ping's serious expression, she was happy. At the same time, she was even more certain that Lu Ping really cared about Samling. She could not help but feel a little jealous. It seemed that the 3 children would not be willing to return to the East Sea with her no matter what. She could only work on Lu Ping. It seemed that Lu Ping did not want Samling's cultivation to be delayed, because he could not inherit the complete inheritance of the green sea snakes. She did not know that Lu Ping had already known that Samling would have to return to the green sea snakes in the future to inherit the complete inheritance when Yen Wujio Laozu, the Fire Phoenix clan's alchemist master, took Luan Yu away to receive the inheritance of the Wood Phoenix clan. Now Lu Ping was only worried about the problem of how to return to his side after Samling inherited the inheritance. Needless to say, Lu Ping knew that if he let Samling go, the green sea snakes would not let Samling return to his side no matter what. If Samling was not allowed to return to the clan to inherit the complete inheritance, it would obviously have a great impact on Samling's future cultivation advancement. Now that Samling had advanced to the late core forging realm, whether it was cultivation or strength, he had become an important helper to Lu Ping. Moreover, from the time Samling was born until now, it was Lu Ping who had raised him, so he was really reluctant to let him go. Although Lu Bai usually did not speak much, her thoughts were the clearest. Seeing that Lu Ping was in a difficult position, she immediately said, "Senior aunt, please go back. We do not want to leave father." Lu Hai and Lu Linger also shouted, "We will not leave father." The spirit snake female cultivator looked up at Lu Ping and said, "Your Excellency, you really won't delay the cultivation of the 3 children, right?" Lu Ping let out a long sigh and said, "Your Excellency, you can rest assured that in the future, I will definitely bring Samling to the green sea snakes in the East China Sea." The spirit snake female cultivator's face showed a trace of a smile, and she thought to herself, "Do you still have the right to choose in the clan?" However, it was a pity for these 3 little fellows. When the time came, they would definitely be extremely sad when they were separated from their foster father. However, this was also for their own good. They couldn't possibly delay their own future just to follow a human cultivator. Fine. The spirit snake female cultivator obviously did not want to stay here any longer. After pondering for a moment, she said, "In that case, I will wait for your arrival in the East China Sea. I hope you can keep your word and not cause trouble for you and the sect behind you. In the future, when you go to the Spirit Snake Island in the East China Sea, just look for me, so that you won't be troubled. Remember, my surname is Chu, and my name is Hailan." Chu Hailan did not know what kind of magic she used, but in the eyes of Lu Ping, her figure turned into a red line in a moment, and then disappeared into the sky without a trace. "So it is the fire snake of the green sea snakes." Lu Linger curled her lips and said, "Green sea snakes are divided into 6 types according to their different attributes. metal, wood, water, fire, ice, and wind. Only there is no earth snake. Green sea snakes are naturally close to water, but this person is full of fire and belongs to the fire snake category. They have always been the weaker race among the green sea snakes. Although Samling had left the green sea snakes since young, there were still many descriptions of the green sea snakes in her inherited memory. However, as for what Samling said, Lu Ping did not dare to agree. What Samling said might be true, but this woman was obviously not easy to deal with. Although Lu Ping could not use his divine will to detect her specific level of cultivation, the natural pressure that came from a Dharma adept made Lu Ping think that this person's strength was at least not below Xie Tianyang's. And from what this woman said just now, it was obvious that she did not come here specifically to deal with him, but because of something else. Also, from the conversation just now, it was obvious that this woman had a lot of scruples, or else she would have already taken the ownership of Samling. Meeting this woman caused Lu Ping to waste a lot of time. He did not know whether the game between the Tianxian sect and the third-generation disciples of the Five Holy Lands was still going on. However, this time, Lu Ping did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used his divine will to check the surroundings again and again. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he put on the stone armor and covered his aura. Then, he used the cloud light 5 elements robe to cover his tracks, and continued to sneak in the direction of the previous battle. Following the traces of the battle, Lu Ping chased for more than 100 miles, before he could faintly hear the roar of spells and the collision of magic weapons coming from the front. At this time, Lu Ping could not help but frown. Based on the spiritual waves coming from the battle scene in front of him did not seem to be on the scale of a few Dharma adepts fighting together. Other than that, according to Lu Ping's divine will, there were no other people fighting. Lu Ping once again sneaked a few 100 feet forward. This time, his divine will could clearly sense the two parties fighting. This time, Lu Ping could not help but feel a little amused. The two parties fighting were no other than Fan Yuqing and the 3 rolling thunder swords. However, what made Lu Ping feel a little strange was how the 3 rolling thunder swords were able to last so long under Fan Yuqing's crazy attacks. Based on his divine will, at this time, the 3 rolling thunder swords were already like an arrow at the end of its flight, and was in imminent danger. But Fan Yuqing did not seem to be having an easy time either. This scene was very strange. Lu Ping did not know what had happened during the time he was away, but out of caution, Lu Ping still carefully checked the surroundings of the battle. After discovering that there was nothing wrong, Lu Ping finally decided to help the 3 rolling thunder swords. In the middle of the battle, Fan Yuqing's face was ferocious. His clothes were torn in several places. In addition to the wound on his shoulder, which was cut by Lu Ping's Netheraqua sword, blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered from serious internal injuries. Additionally, the light from his life-bound magic treasure, the Great Mystery Thorn, had dimmed, seemingly having suffered from serious injuries as well. On the other hand, the 3 rolling thunder swords were in an even more wretched state. Lei Jian's left hand had been cut off at the wrist, and his chest area had clearly caved in. Clearly, his internal organs had suffered from serious injuries. Only a few of his ribs remained. If this was an ordinary person, or a cultivator with a lower cultivation base, they would have died long ago. At that moment, Lei Jian was relying on his cultivation base to protect himself. However, he did not have much strength left. Being protected by Lei Jian and Yun Jian, he became a burden instead. Clearly, Lei Jian's thigh had been pierced by the Great Mystery Thorn. There was a large wound on his face, nearly blinding him. However, that only served to stimulate Lei Jian's ferocious nature. A flying sword stood firmly before Lei Jian to block Fan Yuqing's attacks. Amongst the 3 of them, Yun Jian was the one with the lightest injuries. However, he had managed to block most of Fan Yuqing's attacks. His pale face revealed that the primary energy within Yun Jian's body was nearly exhausted. He would not be able to hold on for much longer. Fan Yuqing revealed a savage grin, and the Great Mystery Thorn, which was initially dim, abruptly flared with light. Next, A damaged silver cicada Dharma image suddenly appeared above his head. Let's see who will save you fellows this time. A pair of transparent cicada wings were filled with holes, and the damaged Dharma image writhed as it hovered in midair. The great mystery thorn shot out from the silver cicada Dharma image's mouth to instantly pierce a hole through Yun Jian's flying sword. Next, the great mystery thorn shot towards Yun Jian, who was caught off guard. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.